Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner LeBar,
Present.
Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machewski,
Present.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Here.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville.
Here. All right, next we're moving on to public participation. During public participation, members of the audience in person or online have 1 minute to address the board. And I'll just remind folks that you get 3 minutes during our regular meeting. And so if there's anybody in the audience who would like to address the board, you get 1 minute now, or you get 3 minutes later at our regular board meeting. Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. We have Gary Muncy.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to take a moment to tell you that I've had the great opportunity to speak with several members of our community regarding the older person's millage. And one of the things that highlights this millage that everyone is interested to hear and that I firmly believe is that this millage is a result of a unique collaboration between a number of parties that have brought it to the state it's in today. I have to recognize the hard work of the Board of Commissioners, all of the agencies in the Aging Network in Washtenaw County, who see what the seniors need through the eyes of their everyday work that they conduct in the senior community, and also the funders who have up until now been a large part of ensuring critical services for seniors. So this millage really is the signpost of what collaborative conversations and efforts can do. In that respect, I want to extend my gratitude for the Board of Commissioners to being part of that collaboration, for the great work they're doing, and we're all hoping for a positive result for the seniors of Washtenaw County. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Gary. Do we have anybody else online? Okay, anybody else in the audience? Okay, all right, we'll move on. Next, we have the report from the county administrator.
No report.
Okay, do we have a report from the Board of Commissioners liaison?
No report, Chair.
Awesome. All right, we will move on to our discussion item for the evening. And so today's discussion item is the potential Office of Aging, and we will be receiving our presentation from the Deputy County Administrator, Andrew DeLue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. I am Andrew DeLue. I'm the Deputy County Administrator for the county. It's quite a pleasure to be here this evening. As the Chair indicated, you do have a proposal ahead of you in terms of how millage proceeds could be spent. So that's what I hope to work through tonight. Just a couple comments before I get too far into this. I do want to be clear that this is just one possible path, and so in developing this proposal, we've really tried to look at some of the resources that Mr. Muntz spoke to, many of the resources that your own Commission on Aging have put together, and a lot of the other resources that are out there, as well as discussions at this board table. Our interest in working on this presentation is that the timelines for this millage are very aggressive. And the voters are going to be asked within the next 2 months in terms of whether they want to tax themselves to support these services. And I think it's our expectation that if the voters do approve this millage, that you all would expect of us to be pretty ready pretty quickly to be able to do something here and be able to put these resources to use. So don't want to say that this is a perfect proposal or that there's nothing further to be done, but rather hope that this comes across really as an opening discussion here and can give you a sense of what is possible. And certainly we'll be looking for feedback from yourselves tonight, as well as others who may be paying attention to this. And we'll talk a little bit further about next steps as well. We have been working on this really since the board first voted to put this millage on the ballot back in June. So this is relatively quick. But the one thing that this is not tonight is any sort of action item. We have no action item prepared at this point. So there's no budgets that have been adopted. I'll be talking about many potential positions, but none of those have been formally created, and many programs as well. Some of those are existing programs, but again, all of this would require future action from the board, and certainly a lot more time and effort spent to flesh out what you see tonight, or something entirely different, or some sort of variation of what we have here. So in terms of the presentation tonight, we want to start by reviewing the ballot language, then want to go into many of the materials which were referenced in developing the proposal. And then the bulk of this will be spent on a summary of a Department of Aging. I don't want to speak too much, but happy to answer questions in terms of some of the details. Feel like we've done pretty good in working through what's in here, but hopefully the high level stuff will be sufficient to start the discussion. That proposal does include programs and staffing and budget, as well as some implementation priorities, again, given the very quick timelines, but again, really looking for feedback on all of these things. And then of course, want to wrap up with next steps, and then certainly would look for questions and discussions following that. So first, to review the ballot language, and this was amended back at the August meeting, given the discussions with the clerk, but the official title, as it is going to be presented to the voters of the county in November, is Establishing an Older Persons, and then in parentheses, age 60 and older services millage. And then for the purpose there, very broad language, so for the purpose of providing funding for activities and services for older persons, again, in parentheses, age 60 and older inside of Washtenaw County. The levy amount that the voters are being asked to decide on would be $500,000, which would generate approximately $11.5 million in the first year. If that is approved by the voters, that would appear on December tax bills, and we would start collecting money at that time as well. Not the full amount immediately, but very quickly. And then the term of authorization before the voters, 8 years, that would run from December of this year through December of 2031. And again, that election date will be on the November 5th ballot. In terms of the references used in developing this proposal, first and foremost, there were many of the discussions that you all have had, both on this millage as well as other millages that have been before you all this year. And so I've really tried to think about the processes, the purposes, and the priorities that have been discussed through all of those discussions. That's in addition to many of the different reports and recommendations and discussions that have been brought from both the Commission on Aging and other community groups who are working on this issue. And really speaking, to some of the comments that Mr. Muntz made, really trying to be reflective of all of the work that has happened, not just within the county, not in the county government, but rather within the county as a jurisdiction. That includes a lot of reports. I can't promise to be an expert on all of these, but lots of reports generated over past years going, those include documents from AAA1B, now Ageways. Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation is actively working on this as well. And so again, I've tried to really use those as references. Wanted to look at operating models developed by other Michigan counties. As you've heard in terms of your own deliberations on this, there are many other counties inside of the state that have a senior millage or some sort of variant of it, well, Washtenaw County being one of the few that don't. And so I've looked to see how this is done elsewhere. Wanted to also look at existing county programs and tools and priorities and trying to present something here that could be integrated in terms of what we're already doing and what's already existing. And then one specific document that I did want to reference, which was pretty fundamental here. Commissioner Maciejewski earlier this summer had prepared a handout. It was about 3 pages in length, and so I did consult that extensively in terms of developing this. That said, there is a whole bunch of review that has not happened here, and so I want to be pretty explicit in terms of who's seen it and who has not yet seen it. So prior to this meeting tonight, I've had the chance to talk with Commissioner Maciejewski on this. It was discussed very briefly with board leadership, and they received a copy of an earlier copy of this presentation late last week. And I've talked with Tony as well and her team, and then administration and other support services departments. And so I've tried to do some of the basic work here, but that list obviously does not include a lot of really other interested stakeholders. And so again, just want to be really clear in terms of more feedback and more input being needed on this, and that this is not a perfect item at this point. All right, so with that kind of as the context, the proposal before you tonight is to should this millage be established, to set up a county Department of Aging Services. And I'll go into the whole justification here, as well as the programs and the budget and the staffing model that would come along with this. But really, in terms of trying to design this proposal, the things that we were trying to do with this were to comply first and foremost with the millage language. That is what the voters will be asked to decide on and want to be in alignment with the spirit of that millage, as we are with every millage that the board has put before the voters of the county and the voters have approved. We want to do something that delivers services efficiently and effectively, and so not recreate or duplicate services that are already in existence, but to be very thoughtful about what's new, where are resources being recommended to be applied here. We really want to again build on the strong foundation created by the Commission on Aging and those other stakeholders, and to not start from scratch. A lot of really great resources that are out there. Want to be created and then in the future operated in an engaged, transparent, planful, and responsive manner. And to have public input, your input, and to be really clear about what these new resources are going to support and what the residents will get for this investment. And then This last one I think is important as well, and just want to be clear around clarity and accountability regarding the use of the millage funds. That last point in particular has gone into the recommendation for a department in terms of having a single place inside of the county that is accountable and is the leader of how these millage funds would be spent. Certainly there's a lot of different options and sub options to consider with all of this stuff, but think that the clarity and accountability is going to be necessary, especially in light of the resolution that you all adopted, setting expectations for the use of the millage funds. So that said, here's the summary, really big picture. It'd be a new county department of aging services. All of these are working titles, and again, would look for feedback on all of this, but aging services would be the proposed department name. It would be funded through millage proceeds, and the thinking is that all of the millage proceeds would go to this department. But there are some existing grants which come to the county, which are also focused on serving this population that would be moved out of their existing location into this department because of that focus on who they serve. This department would be staffed by county employees, and it would be led by a director who reports to the county administrator. And the charge of this department and what would be located there is that it would be responsible for county programs which primarily benefit county residents age 60 and older, including both direct programming and then funding via contracts. That's our current model that we have right now. The part of that phrase that I really want to focus on is primarily benefit residents age 60 and older. Many county services provide benefit to residents age 60 and older, but we're really trying to think about who is the primary beneficiary and who are the services or programs really focused at as being the things that would live here. And then in terms of the Commission on Aging, we're in the thinking is that this is the group that would be responsible for that interaction. That's a group or commission that you all have created to advise you and to provide recommendations. But similar to other models elsewhere in the organization, feel like this department would be charged with staffing that group, working with that group to help develop and then implement any recommendations that you all would decide in the future. All right, and just because I do think it's worth talking about, and one of the other options that came up, is do we have places inside of the county where these services could be delivered? Again, I think there are viable options there, and don't think that we have a perfect proposal tonight that can't be improved further, but do think really the clarity and the accountability for the millage funds, given the amount of new programming and the amount of effort it will take to set up this new function at the county warrants, a specialized function where we would have the clarity and the accountability around all of those programs. So with that, I'm going to start by working through the programs here. I will say I've tried to build this out in the program-based budgeting methodology that finance has been leading over the past couple of years. It's been really helpful, and hopefully for you all, this will convey what the programs are and their purposes and who are the intended beneficiaries. We have staffing estimates and budget estimates that go behind this, but really want to start by talking about what do we hope that this department can do. So please imagine, if you will, three different parts of this department. A funding mechanism there, one which would be responsible for administering funds to support programs which are operated by other agencies. An administrative function, which is responsible for hiring and paperwork and finances and the planning and communication of the department. And then also part of the department which is directly operating programs which will, again, serve this population of residents age 60 and older. Inside of the programs that would be funded, right now we're proposing 4 different types of programs. These would include the Senior Nutrition Program. This is an already existent program housed at the Office of Community and Economic Development. Because that group primarily is focused on residents aged 55 and older, it is proposed to move out of OCD into this new department. We're also looking at a funding mechanism which would provide a foundation allowance to accredited and qualified senior centers within the county, and having some benchmarks in there in terms of expanded services or expanded hours of operations that would go along with that foundational funding support. Are looking to establish a legal aid contract similar to what you all have funded with the Michigan Immigrant Rights Center, but serving a different type of population in terms of access to attorneys and who can help guide residents and their families who are seeking services with some things like process and documentation, not client representation or anything like that, but some of the legal process work. And then the really big one here, and we'll get into more detail, but would be a big RFP process to talk about innovative strategic projects that can really help improve quality of life for residents age 60 and older. In terms of administration, the things here would be very similar to other, administration of other departments inside of the county, and not the thing to spend most time on, but it is, there is going to be administrative work here, and that really talks about planning and communication. I want to make sure that this department is focused on the right things. 8 years is a long time. You all have seen lots of projections in terms of what is expected of the growth of this community in the coming years, and even what you're hearing today, I'm certain is, again, would be updated as people start to come on board and as all of these things are built out and developed. Want to really be thoughtful about communication and making sure that people know about the services that are offered, as well as that taxpayers know what they are getting for this being on their property tax bills. Talking about administrative tasks too, there are personnel and money things, and we want to make sure that this department would be in compliance with county policy, and that you're able to understand budgets and financial reports and staffing and all of those other things that come along with any sizable department. And then staff support for the Commission on Aging. And then in terms of the directly operated programs, we are proposing at this time a senior minor home repair program, with that program really being focused on helping seniors have adjustments to their houses that allow them to age in place and to provide a safe living environment. A senior resource hub, so that people can understand the best place to help them with whatever specific question or concern that they may be having, again, targeted at the 60 and older population. And then the foster grandparents program. That's a program which is already existent. It's an AmeriCorps program, also operated out of OCD. That is a program that places older adults as tutors with kids in elementary schools. Many beneficiaries of that program, both the older adults and the kids, but because the service population is for adults 60 and older, thought that it would also make sense to move here given that service. I'm sorry that this is a little bit tiny. I can get printouts for it, but it is a draft org chart. I'll walk you through it here as well. At the very top, we've got the Board of Commissioners and the Commission on Aging as the appointed and elected bodies. The board appoints the Commission on Aging, which is the box to the right, and the Commission on Aging, their charge is to advise you on matters related to this population. I wanted to reflect that here. The Board of Commissioners hires and directs the county administrator, and this is where you see the county administrator and the new director of aging services reporting directly to the county administrator. Across the bottom, you have 6 columns, and those columns are very, very slightly color coded. And this color coding I've tried to use throughout the presentation. Green reflecting programs and services and people related to the funding component, orange or red talking about administrative tasks, and then those in blue being the directly operated programs by the department. But so reporting to the Director of Aging Services, there would be 4 direct reports. There would be a grant officer that oversees, I see some facial, so I'm looking forward to questions on this, but so a grant officer which sees the funding component of things. Inside of that division, there would be the senior nutrition program, which is primarily operated through contracts with the various senior meals providers within the county, as well as another contract specialist reporting to that person. And then again, that function being responsible for the senior nutrition program, administering this RFP program, the legal contracts, and then the senior center foundation allowance. In the administrative division, the other 2 direct reports to the Director of Aging Services would be a management analyst and a communications coordinator. A management analyst is a type of position within the county that helps to support various administration functions, hiring people, posting job positions, processing invoices, helping with, again, many of those internal processes of the county, which we expect to be significant for a department with a staff and a budget of this size. And then off to the right there in the green columns, that division being led by a program manager responsible for those 3 different programs. Program manager directly overseeing the foster grandparent program, and then having supervisors responsible for both for the Senior Minor Home Repair Program, and the Senior Resource Hub. Then the Minor Home Repair Program being staffed by 3 additional coordinators, and then the Resource Hub supervisor being responsible for 3 specialists. I will say, have gone into some analysis here and again, have tried to look at existing programs within the county in terms of workload and hours coverage, and can go into greater detail there, but have tried to be pretty conservative here and not state anything that wouldn't be absolutely necessary. But at this point, there are not job descriptions here. There are not actual programs. There would still be a lot that would need to be done if there is interest in pursuing this direction. To the proposed budget then, you'll again see that same color alignment here with the things in blue related to the programs directly operated by the department. The grants being those things which are funded via contracts, and then administration, and then the department section as well being those things that would apply to the whole of the department here. In addition to the budget, we also have FTE breakdowns as well. I will say there are existing county employees working both on the senior nutrition program and the foster grandparent program. I think our assumption is that the work for those things will go up, it will not go down, and that we would expect there to be a smooth transition for the employees who are already working there. And so if there's any errors in terms of some of the specifics regarding the budgets or the FTEs, those are mine, but I think the assumption is that we would need those people to continue in those roles given all the work to be done. So what you see in the budget column, that is an all-in. What I did look at were staffing projections using current fringe rates and the salary ranges, as well as operating models, and can get further into what each of those would entail too. But for foster grandparents, not proposing to make that any bigger or smaller at this point. In 2024, the budget is about 332,000 and being served by 1.7 FTE. And so that would continue. The millage funds there, right now that program is partially supported at OCD by community service block grants. And so I think that the millage would be able to help support that instead of the CSBG funds. The Senior Minor Home Repair Program, of that budget amount, 473,000 would represent the staffing component, and then $1 million would be available for actual home improvements at $5,000 per home. And we have some proximate programs here, but $5,000 per home would get to be about 250 homes within a year, which seems reasonable given the size of this population in the county and what you all have heard. But again, this is another place that would need some fine tuning in terms of the reasonableness of that being a good budget amount. You'll see that there is no existing grant funding for this, and with all of the programs but for foster grandparents and senior nutrition, it is proposed that they would be funded entirely by millage funds at this point. And then the Senior Resource Hub, so of that, 421,000 represents the staffing component. That would be for 4.4 FTE, inclusive of manager. I'm sorry, I missed the 4.4 FTE for the Senior Minor Home Repair Program. That includes those 4 specific program positions as well as a portion of the manager. But there, 421,000 would be for the staffing costs, and then $100,000 budget. It is expected that there would be some initial setup work related to the website and gathering all of these materials that would be necessary to be the resources that are provided to call in to people who are seeking services. So all told, $2.13 million of the $11.5 million and 10.5 FTE, of which 8.8 are millage funded, would go to support those directly operated programs inside of this model. Right. So to the grants then. In total, recommending that 7.8 million here would go to support those different grant processes. So legal aid would be the smallest one, the Michigan Immigrant Rights Center grant, which is the closest proxy that I was able to identify in my research. Currently, that's $75,000. Recommending $100,000 for that amount here. I am aware of other areas of area agencies on aging that have similar legal services contracts, and so this feels like a reasonable amount at this point. But the specifics there would be to recommend going out to RFP and trying to find an attorney who could provide those services once the scope has been defined by the county. The additional $15,000 or 0.1% would go in terms of the staff support required to administer that program. The RFP process is really the big one, and I'll spend more time here just because it is so big, but it's more than about a third of the total millage proceeds. Of that amount, though, $3.5 million would be set aside annually for that big funding process to fund strategic and innovative programs that really look at improving quality of life for residents age 60 and older. That would be supported by 1.2 FTE with the $185,000 beyond that 3.5 million going to support that staffing. Senior Center financial support, the model here is $200,000 annually for each qualified and accredited senior center. There are 10 that went into my estimate. I don't know if that would be the actual amount, but 10 times $200,000 gets you the $2 million for that annually. And then the $46,000 on top of that would go to support the 0.3 FTE necessary or estimated rather to operate that program. And then senior nutrition. This is one where we have done more analysis, but I think is, and we have the best numbers here because it's an existing program as well. So that program right now is about $1.1 million, but that does not reflect the additional investments that the Board of Commissioners made last year through the 2 rounds of senior funding. Combined, that was about $900,000. The report that we got from Tony and her team was that right now we do not have a wait list for those programs. And that was one of the goals that was really defined in trying to size that, which I think is a good thing. But the degree to which that the lack of a wait list is due to the additional investment of the Board of Commissioners or for other reasons, I don't know right now. But so taking that $900,000 approximation and adding another $1 million to it, have done research into the cost per meal, again, the size of this population. That extra $1 million at what it costs to provide meals for the year would get to about 400 additional Meals on Wheels or senior nutrition customers, which again feels reasonable regarding the size of the population and the existing program size. One of the other things that amount is intended to address is a higher amount per meal that is available to be charged. And really thinking of that, trying to improve the quality of food that is being provided through that program. You've heard all from the Food Policy Council and some others in terms of really trying to make sure that, not a health department as well, but really trying to make sure that there's healthy and nutritious food that is a part of this program. I think we have that now. There are nutrition minimums, but using this as an opportunity to not only expand this, but to improve the quality of service. So again, looking at nearly $7.85 million going to support out of the millage to support those programs, in addition to the $1.1 million, which we're currently receiving, putting that at about $9 million total supported by 4 employees. For the department category, there's 2 parts to this. There is a cost allocation plan component as well as a department operating supplies component. I did not have the ability to go through and do like a fine-tooth comb analysis of the indirect costs. So right now that's 10%. I think that's too high, but I can't give you a better number at this point. It is higher than other departments that are bigger and have bigger budgets and a more expansive footprint. And that is, I guess, where I believe that number would come down in time and would not be necessary. But for this point, 10% is commonly used in grants as an indirect cost placeholder. That's about $995,000. The other $40,000 would go to department operating supplies, things like printing and postage and cell phones, some training, some travel in there as well. The other types of things that departments need to have to support their employees and to support the work, but which are not specific to any one program. And then finally, that administration function, just under $400,000 there for those 3 employees. And I've tried again to break that down on a programmatic matter, but there's a lot of other things that happen in the administration function. But 1.1 FTEs at $120,000 for general administrative tasks, 0.2 FTE at a little bit less than $30,000 for Commission on Aging support. Communication being the biggest program here, 1.2 FTEs at $140,000, and then a planning component as well as at a half FTE and just under $100,000. So all told, that's a $11.4 million budget. So there is still some unspent, and certainly this is a very conservative budget, reflecting, again, very high level programming trying to be built on what you all have heard in the past, and for a total department budget of about $12.7 million. These are all current amounts and subject to change, likely to go up. And then So finally, and I do have more details in terms of any of those specific programs that I've run through as well, should there be interest. But it could be a very good problem to have, but again, the voters are going to be asked in less than 2 months if they want to tax themselves to do this work. And if they do that, then you all will be asked to approve other documents that put that tax levy on December tax bills, and we will start collecting money very, very soon. And so there will be a problem, again, very good problem to have in terms of how to allocate these funds. So just trying to think through, what are going to be the next steps out of this. Certainly board action would be first. You all have not adopted a budget. You would not be asked to do that until the millage funds are known, but being asked to adopt a budget, think about the positions, and even one of the specific things regarding that RFP is there's a proposed Board of Commissioners involvement in terms of targeting the purposes of those RFP at various needs. So that could be the substance of an initial board action here that could be brought, I guess depending on the discussion tonight, but could be brought as early as November, December, but would likely be the first administrative step. In terms of hiring, I would recommend posting the Director of Aging Services, and would hope to through that process to get someone who could help us improve this and bring their expertise and their knowledge here to make this better and to point out gaps here. But then there are some existing programs that could take more money right now. Like this proposal talks about in the long term moving senior nutrition from OCD to this new department, but that is not necessary right now. I mean, that is a program that can use more money and has a mechanism set up to get that money to improve the quality of services and the number of meals that are out there. And so there's even the ability, to have that be part of the initial board action relatively quickly, as has been demonstrated through what happened with the senior allocations done last year. Similarly, the senior center funding contracts, those I think could be relatively straightforward. And as you all have heard, is an existing need. And I think we've heard a lot from existing service providers in terms of the ability and how they could use those to expand services and provide more existing services to seniors. And then finally, developing the RFP amounts and language, given that is such a big portion of this budget as proposed. So with that, I'm happy to stop at this point unless there are specific questions or anything else that you all would like to get into, but I'll conclude here. Thank you, Chair.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Hodge, then Labar, then Robbie, then Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Andrew. I know you've spent a lot of time preparing for the presentation and putting it together. I think it's really thoughtful. Everything you laid out between the different categories of services, I think it hits on a lot of the conversations that we've had at the board table and what we've heard from community members and advocacy organizations about what services are needed in the senior community. I just think this is a really good proposal and definitely something great for us to start from this early ahead, assuming the millage does pass, right? I mean, I don't know how it's been done in the past when there's been a new millage that creates a new department, but I think we're ahead of the game here by having something like this to be able to start from. So I just wanted to express my gratitude for the fantastic work on it.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Andrew, I would certainly echo the thank you in terms of your work to develop this, and also to Commissioner Machieski for his advice here. You've given us a lot to consider here with a proposal, and I appreciate that you have indicated this is not set in stone. So thank you for that. I'm not going to hold you to anything here tonight. At first glance, I am hesitant to get into funding a department that's predicated on a millage, because it is almost by definition a time-limited variable in terms of the funding source. I also am trying to figure out what it means to create a new department in terms of what we can take off the plates of others, which I think you've done great work with some ideas here. But I do worry about duplication of services. I worry about that FTE count getting higher within a new department just by the inertia of organization. I was just looking at the millage language as you were wrapping up here. I think this millage, if it passes, and I think it will, because the advocates are well organized, we have an opportunity, I think, to build in like a 1 or 2 year runway on this in terms of providing them in-house with departments and offices right now, and then figuring out what works, what we need to set onto its own. I guess I also would say, when we were discussing this millage, one of the things that I asked for and that I think others would like to get a sense of is, if the millage does pass, how does that offset or relieve some of the pressure on other human services? So having that information would be helpful if we can get it. We're not going to have it before the vote, but if it does pass, and maybe just something for colleagues to consider is some sort of hybrid option where you move maybe towards a department, but you build in a 2 year ramp to get there using OCED, maybe a touch around health, or I'm not sure any CMH overlaps there, but whatever else that we've got that touches seniors. But I really appreciate how thoughtful this is. And I know, Andrew, that you and administrative staff are trying to not just get a good outcome, but get a good structure. So I really appreciate that. And I think there's a lot of wisdom in some of our colleagues here, Commissioner Machieski and Somerville, in terms of the Aging Commission and empowering that body. Because I think if we don't have a department that's separate, and we do these throughout different existing departments and organizations, maybe that commission can be the entity that provides not the oversight we do here at this table, but oversight and sort of unification of strategy and sort of connecting those dots should we choose to keep them disparate. But that's a lot. Thank you, Chair, for having the meeting. Andrew, thanks for your work here.
All right, Commissioner Rabi.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Andrew. I have obviously a lot of thoughts about this, as I always do, but thankful that you put some pen to paper as we prepare for potential passage of the millage. I think a few things that jump out to me are that the grant number is way too high, in my opinion. I think we should be doing more of these programs internally. We already have staff capacity that is conducting some of these programs, and I think we should invest in expanding that staff capacity. So I would like to see the department actually be bigger than what you're proposing, and more direct service provision that is carried out by the county. There's some things that we don't currently do, like senior centers, so understand that that could be something that we're supporting. But that was one thing that stood out to me as, the discrepancy between the amount that we're actually investing in county staff versus the amount that we're externalizing or privatizing through this process. So I would like to reduce that dollar amount and put more into our own internal programs. I do hear Commissioner Labar's comment, though, about stability. And given that this is an 8-year millage, I know that we do have other millage funded departments like parks. And I think we should learn from those other departments in terms of creating systems that, basically stabilize the future outlook of the organization. And so I think it's allowable under the millage language, but having $1 million sort of unallocated may be a good thing. I know Parks has a pretty substantial fund balance that it uses as sort of something to fall back on if there were ever a millage that were not renewed. And so potentially, setting some money aside over the course of 8 years on an annual basis to give us sort of an off ramp or buy us some time to put another millage on the ballot, or several other millages on the ballot, depending, maybe like buying ourselves 2 years or even more. That gives us that cushion to be able to go to the voters again and say, hey, are you sure? So that would be one idea that comes to mind there. And then the other thing in terms of another budget line item that I would like to probably see added is you have a line item for Commission on Aging support. I assume that's for a staff member. I would love to see a line item for the Commission on Aging just to have sort of a pot of money to use for the outreach that it does, if they're going out in the community, doing fairs, you know, doing an annual meeting, a budget for them to buy, you know, cheese and crackers or whatever it is, but just having a small, you know, a small amount of the millage going to help support their work as, you know, citizen servants that are, you know, helping to guide and advise us on the process here. So those are my initial thoughts. Again, thankful for your work on it, and hopefully this will continue to be a good iterative process. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott.
Thanks, Chair. Andrew, thank you very much for the presentation, for a way to start us percolating about ideas on how to manage this millage if it is approved. I have a few questions. It was difficult for me to just understand, looking at that budget slide, like your proposals, everything amorphous. On that like org chart and in the FTEs, like what percentage of money of the millage is projected to go towards a staffing budget?
Oh, thank you, Brady. Thank you,
Of course you
Commissioner.
have that.
Yeah, I'll have to, if you'll, I should be able to get it for you in a moment
Okay.
here. I mean, behind all of this, you have tried to look at what are the positions, how are they graded, what's the equivalence, and can run that number. Have tried to keep it, you know, pretty low and don't want to propose, you know, adding excessive staff. So I'd like to get back to you on that and
Sure.
provide you that number.
I mean, that is some of my concern, along with the concerns Commissioner Labar raised about thinking about creating a whole department on a new millage. I also appreciate what Doctor, I've made you a doctor tonight.
Dr. Robbie.
I have been at work for
Some
the
people call me
past
a reverend too.
4 days, so everybody's gonna be a doctor, a nurse right now. So what Commissioner Robbie said also about parks, so I can see both sides. That plays into some of my concerns about the staff FTE percentage and how much if by creating a department, we lose money for it to into the community to get more work done that way. So I know you have that number. That's fantastic. Put my glasses back on. Let's see my second number. I guess I'd want us to be cognizant, if we create a department, about what we will do about senior nutrition moving and foster grandparents from OCED into a new department, and what happens if the millage is not renewed, and what we do then, and what then OCED is put, does that money that OCED gets for senior nutrition just move into the senior millage, so it's bonus money? Is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, so that one I can't answer now. So that the outside money, in addition to what the board approved last year, that $900,000 primarily comes, and I would look to Commissioner on Aging, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Maciejewski on the originating source of that, but comes to the county through Ageways or AAA1B to support those programs. That has been very stable funding for the county, not sufficient, but extremely stable, and so have tried to treat that as a stable funding source that could be used independently of the millage funds, but would still be available. In that situation, you know, I think you would have very similar type problem to what do you do with the rest of these services that people have come to expect and rely on over the past 8 years, and so would be in a very similar position to how do you unwind that, but would expect, to the very best of my knowledge, unless there's, you know, something else out there, that, you know, that funding source would continue to be available to the county for, you know, for the foreseeable future.
Okay, thanks. I have 2 more questions.
Great.
I'm wondering if you can say more on legal aid, like
Yeah.
what services legal aid would be helping people
Yeah.
with?
So thinking not so much about like representation at the trial
Right.
court or other court cases, but you know, thinking about the types of processes and documentations and documents that are helpful for families and individuals to have as they get to be older, right? And having someone who can help them say, well, you may need this type of document or this type of process, or if you are having you know, these type of health issues, you might want to think about these sorts of legal structures that you could avail yourself of to maybe minimize like financial challenges with your health things. So I will again be honest here. I've tried to rely a lot on the other documents that are out there regarding the need that exists in this space, but I would not be the right person to craft that RFP. But thinking that this is a population that has pretty tremendous legal needs, and that this is a thing that could help other parts of the county system, by doing more on the front end to help those people out.
Would those legal services be things like, I don't want to say like estate planning, but essentially like making sure that somebody's house doesn't have to go into probate, things like that, or creating durable powers of attorneys or things like that?
I would not want to be so specific as to talk about either of those things, because, in the list of folks I haven't talked to would include, our treasurer has, I think, a lot to say on this topic, as do folks from the court. But thinking about those types of things, in terms of here is a legal tool or a document that one can put into place would definitely be in scope there. And I think, is this a person that would, or is this a firm that would do those things directly or could make a referral is another point of discussion that would be needed here. And so I would say, again, the level of detail of this proposal is trying to think about, what does the Michigan Immigrant Rights Center do for that community in terms of the type of legal support that they need, and thinking that here we have another part of our population that has some unique legal needs, that this as a resource could go to support being within the scope of the millage. So I'd like to get back to you on that one too, though. Just,
Okay.
Given
That's fair.
kind of-
And my last question, and I don't know if Commissioner Maciejewski might need to chime in to tell us, but you talked about funding going to the senior centers that have been established. I'm wondering, how does something get designated as a senior center? Is there a very specific process, or can anybody be like, oh, millage money, I'm a senior center? So interested to hear how that designation takes
Yeah.
place.
So
I see out of the corner of I spy with my little eye, Maciejewski nodding vigorously.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he has something to say too.
Yeah, as do I. I'll be very brief on this because I think better person to answer, but those would be county contracts. And so I think whatever the standard is for accreditation, on top of that, there is still the opportunity for the county to say, as something that is administered through the county, like, we need that, but then we also need these other things above and beyond what that would be as a condition of this funding. But I guess with that, and with the pleasure of the chair, if you're comfortable with Commissioner Maciejewski.
Yeah, tell me, is there an accreditation process?
Yeah, so actually the Federal Administration on Community Living has a definition for senior centers and a qualification process, accreditation process for that. As Andrew pointed out, though, I think we could set the parameters of what defines a senior center. So for me, that would be that accreditation, some type of relationship to a municipality. So they have a formal recognition, for instance, in Chelsea, to be formally recognized by the city of Chelsea as their senior center, because they also fund them.
Yeah.
And then I think some involvement as well in the senior center network. There is a senior center association here in Michigan as well, that they probably should be members of for professional development purposes. So we can set that criteria. I'm very confident that we can set that criteria to meet the needs that have been expressed.
Great. So the senior center I'm planning on my garage is
Then no, we're not
next.
gonna do that.
Okay, I'm teasing, of course.
I'd go to that.
The senior center in my garage would be fun.
Thank you. Next up, Commissioner Sanders.
So depending on how the residents vote, I have questions about, I didn't see anything mentioned in here about transportation. You're a senior and you may lose your ability to drive. I know that may be considered like a program or something, but I would like to see that is actually mentioned. That would be one of my priorities, so that they have access to recreation, other services. The other concern that I had that has already sort of been mentioned is to make sure that if we're asking the taxpayers to pay for these services, it would absolutely include a meaningful interaction related to elder care and abuse. And a requirement that there is an interaction between the courts, the staffing that we have, and the families that would be affected. So that we are not one of those counties that is, you know, in the news because we're picking people to be guardians over someone's assets and they're not doing their job. And we've got elderly people falling in the cracks. So those were sort of the two things that I would just, when we get to that point.
If I may, all of this is published. So there's a detailed slide here on each of these things and didn't want to, I mean, I can go on and on, but just to go to the RFP project and services funding, transportation is one of the ideas that could be addressed there. You know, defining what that scope looks like and what are the outcomes and what do you want it to look like? Like, are you looking at door-to-door type services or are you looking for broad system supports? I think would be a question about transportation, but you'll see it in that second to bottom line as, you know, a possible area for services and programs. Capital projects being another one, health and wellness. Yeah, I think certainly being a big area that is not explicitly addressed in any specific programs that you heard tonight. But again, $3.5 million in this proposal, subject to change, that could be allocated to those purposes. And again, that is one of the items that was talked about as, you know, if there were to be a board action item, could get started on that either as a part of that or as a separate discussion of the board, because that's a big opportunity for investment right there on that specific point. To the elder care, that is a question you raised before, and I haven't had a chance to go through that and integrate that. I do think having spent some more time with the resource hub concept, it is something that would fit there in terms of the type of service or concern that could be addressed there, but I don't have I think probably a substantial an answer in terms of how that could fit in here right now. But it's still on my list of notes to get into.
Okay, what was the other? This was raised as well, that this is quite expansive, which to me means that there would be a shift in the level of funding that we're providing to outside agencies. And they mentioned a duplication of efforts. So just making sure that this plan makes sure that there will not be such a duplication. Like if we're taking this on as a county responsibility, then we don't need to keep funding at the same level to outside agencies in areas that we would be covering. So we're not in the food service business, so I'm not necessarily talking about those types of entities. But I'm gonna end by just saying I'm stressing transportation, because if you're an elderly person, you live here in this county, your relatives are in some other states, and you're no longer able to drive, you're shut up in your house. And they should not be. They should have the opportunity to interact, extend their life because they're able to interact with other individuals. And absolutely to make sure that we can't guarantee that there's not gonna be any elder abuse, but I've seen it. And I would not like to know that that is occurring and we've got, you know, the resources to help minimize that.
Thank you, Administrator Duff.
Yeah, just to layer on some of what's already been said, this presentation was meant to be the beginning of the conversation, and certainly want to thank Commissioner Maciejewski and Andrew for taking the lead and doing the heavy lifting here. But has been mentioned a couple of times, there are a few items that we need to work through as an organization and as a community. One, lifting up. Standing up a new department with millage dollars. You know, certainly that's more than a notion. We do have some experience doing that at parks, as has been mentioned, but really need to think about the impacts of doing that, increasing our head count, cap costs, those kinds of things that erode the service delivery model. There's also the notion, again, as has been mentioned, that some of these services are already being pushed out through current county departments and really looking for duplication of efforts, some redundancy in certain areas. So all of those things are things that we really need to work through as we move forward. And tonight, again, is about the beginning of that conversation.
Thank you, Administrator Dell. Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate all the comments tonight. And Andrew, thank you very much for a very well thought through presentation and proposal tonight. I have several notes I've written down. And I guess I want to start with the idea to go back to this duplication issue, right? Ageways is the area agency on aging that covers Washtenaw County, and they are the conduit for Older Americans Act funds, which are federal funds that get supplemented by the state. And those are really foundational dollars that come into Washtenaw County. It's the foundation of the nutrition program, as Andrew pointed out, that this millage can build on top of. So I'm very much focused on the idea of having no duplication, because duplication means there's less services getting out. So I'm very attuned to that idea. I also think that creating a department, having a director of aging services, will actually improve our relationship with Ageways. It is a way for us to be focused on the opportunities that are potentially coming from Ageways as the area agency on aging, and the ability to partner with them. Millage funds and funds that come to us from Ageways are two funding sources for these types of services, but this will also open us up to apply for a variety of grant opportunities, as many other departments here in the county do, to places like the Michigan Health Endowment Fund or other philanthropic organizations that are focused on older adult services, to supplement these other dollars as well. So having that kind of administrative structure will enable us to do that. I think it's important to remember scope, right? And what Andrew has talked about today are really outlines, but the scope is really critical here to understand things like minor home repair. What does that mean, right? Well, that's something we're going to have to decide eventually. I think the way that it's been proposed is maybe a bit bigger than what I conceptualize minor home repair to be. But we really need to understand what that is and what that means. Legal aid is the same way. You know, I think the conversation that we had around what does that really mean? And I think in the aging world, for me, that means, it doesn't mean going to court cases. It doesn't mean that kind of thing. It means supporting people through a process. And I think one of the great examples for me of how legal aid has impacted somebody is, I very closely worked with a family that was unfortunately broken apart by substance abuse, and the parents were no longer able to parent. And it was left to a grandparent to take over and actually pursue guardianship. And unfortunately couldn't pay for that legal process to happen. And so the legal aid that is available through the aging world was able to help that person get through and get documents filed and make that process happen so that they could work with these young school-aged kids to get them an environment that was safe and establish guardianship going forward. That's one example of legal aid. I think the idea of the probate situation, where if we can help people get documents established so they don't have to go to probate. So many people they know they need these documents, they just don't know how to get it done. And if we can make that process a little easier, maybe using the mobile unit to get out to people where they are and bring that kind of aid forward is really impactful. So scope is a big deal, and that really needs to be defined. And that will have impacts upon the budget as well. I think the other thing that wasn't explicitly talked about was the caregivers, right? A lot of what happens in the aging world is supporting caregivers, people who are caring for older adults, and supporting them, whether it's through caregiver education and training or providing services that alleviate maybe the stress and the work of a caregiver. So many of the services that we talked about are actually caregiver relief type services: minor home repair, transportation, nutrition. These are all things that relieve caregivers of some of the burden. So I think that's really important to remember as somebody who is a caregiver for several older adults. alleviating that and helping that is not only a benefit to the older adult, but other people as well. To me, there's a big role here for partnership. The senior center component, which I appreciate Commissioner Scott raising that. Senior centers are a focal point in the community. They're a focal point in a particular part of the county, and they are a conduit for the county to work through. They are experts in what's going on in their particular community, and they even tailor things that are going on in their particular community. But I view those as really critical partnerships to making this whole thing successful. And if you think about the org chart that you had on, I think it was slide 10, and you think about all those positions, I think the director position and some of those programmatic positions are really going to be people that are engaged in outreach and doing some of the presentations and talking about available services, talking about what phone number to call to access that resource hub, to get connected, to get information. And senior centers are a big part of that because they are really the places that people go to within their own community for events like that and gathering and to aggregate people. So I think those partnerships are really critical. And the idea that we can support them with a foundational amount every year to ensure that they have the staff that can not only work in the community, but can work with the county as well and work with Ageways as well is really important for me. So that leads me to data and outcomes. And again, those positions on the org chart for me, and I will go back to what the Road Commission does or what Parks does with their millages and comes to us and says, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. Well, in order for us to, I think, go forward and understand what's happening and to be able to tell our community what we're doing with these dollars is that data and outreach piece is incredibly important. Those contract administrator pieces that are monitoring what vendors are doing to making sure they're adhering to state standards, which are going to be important here for operating these programs, to get that data back and reflect to our community what the impact is a really important piece of this as well. I do want to touch on the Commission on Aging is a body that is charged with identifying need in the community. They are a partner in this millage process, from my estimation, and can help in many different ways, but really that kind of touch point for understanding what needs are out there. I appreciate the comment about transportation from Commissioner Sanders. You might have been reading my notes, even though you're on the other side of the room. For me, the RFP component, which was just under 3.7 million in the slide that you showed, Andrew, is a really critical piece of this. There is an incredible amount of knowledge on these subjects in our community. Perhaps more knowledge in our community than any other community that I know of in terms of aging services. And the RFP process for me is an opportunity to tap into that knowledge. It's an opportunity for innovation because, believe it or not, aging is a sector, is an incredibly innovative space. It is constantly changing and evolving. And that RFP process for me is a great way for us to evaluate proposals that can come in and put innovative things out into the community. We can certainly learn from other places that have done this work for some time as well. But so I would personally like to see even more money put into the RFP process because I think there's an incredible amount of knowledge that's out there that can be put into play. And transportation is something that I think absolutely needs to be funded through that process. As you all know, I could probably go on forever, but I'm going to stop there and just thank Andrew, not only for your work in putting this together tonight, but for the time you gave me to offer a few thoughts in preparation as well. I appreciate the dialogue as well. Thank you.
All right. I've got a bunch of people in the queue. So do you want to be in the queue? Okay, cool. Commissioner Light, did you want to, sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just wanted to ask. Okay. I have a few comments that I wanted to make. So I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Maciejewski just said. One of the things that popped up in my head when we were talking about some of the suggestions around the RFP process, I think maybe this would require some sort of like working group. Some senior centers, I think, are better funded privately than others, and I think we should maybe work at like an equitable distribution of that funding. So that's just one point. And then I really do like that we have what you proposed, separate lines for senior centers for operations and a separate one for the food because we already have some of those programs. They're not going to change. There's 2 primary Meals on Wheels operators. Is there a third?
There are, 5, 6,
Okay,
7.
so I'm just
maybe? Yeah,
thinking of
many.
Ann Arbor and
Yeah.
Ypsi. I'm not
But
thinking.
several. I mean, it's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
very
yeah.
distributed system.
Okay,
the entire
so we like, those are like the experts. They're not duplicating services because they're in individual like communities already. I like that Commissioner Sanders brought up the transportation piece and thanks for showing that other slide because that other slide kind of expanded and covered all the points that we did with the ARPA process that we used where we covered transportation, nutrition, and a number of other services. Also agree with Jason that I'd like to see even more dollars in the RFP process. I was a little nervous when I saw the staff because I was like, oh, that's a lot of staff. But then when I saw the breakdown for actually funding the services, it seemed pretty balanced. And so my feedback there is I think that's pretty good. And I also like the fact that we'll have an opportunity to apply for more grant funding through this. I'm comfortable with the proposal with the FTE count. And I'll highlight what Commissioner Machewski said. I do see this as an opportunity to kind of establish stronger partnerships with existing folks on the ground that are experts in various parts of the aging space. And I think, this is an opportunity for us to not mess it up and really talk to the people who already know and kind of look at like ageways. And I think even on the legal aid, some of the things that I was thinking about when people were asking questions about the legal aid, I mean, I think we should be reaching out to the Attorney General's office and talking to them about some of the cases that they usually get. Also legal aid locally, because, they probably have like files of like hot topic items that come up and come through their office. And so I just think it'd be good to start there. And I'm happy to help make those connections on the other side of things. And yeah, I think those are all my comments for now. So thank you. And then in round 2, I've got Hodge, Robbie, Labar, and Scott in order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Always like a round 2 here. Since people were given wish list items, I was thinking about some of the comments that Commissioners Robbie and Sanders made. And given that we'd be dramatically increasing the number of services that we're offering directly, I think hiring a couple of social workers, particularly around some of the elder abuse items, and then coordination of some of the services that were brought up could be really helpful. And we have a number of fine institutions in Washtenaw County that turn out a lot of social workers. So we wouldn't be hurting to find people.
All right, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Few things. One is the reason I raised my hand earlier was to just mention on the sustainability of having an office that's millage funded is, there's also the opportunity, as Commissioner Machewski said, to have grants be a big part of how we can sustain the office into the future. So I don't want us to discount that. And I think that there's, like I said, there's plenty of ways to make sure that we can create stability for an office on aging. So I very much support the creation of such an office, having a director. I think Commissioner Machewski is correct that will help to, grow our ability to, frankly, expand the amount of services that we're able to provide and then build those partnerships as well. One other thing that I think would be valuable to include is obviously you all know the Washtenaw ID is something that is near and dear to my heart. And I think in addition to helping those that are in the immigrant community, one of the primary reasons that we did it was to help senior citizens that are no longer able to access a driver's license so that they can have a form of ID. And so, having, I know there's been conversations about partnering with the clerk's office to actually hire somebody to help manage that program. And so maybe a portion of that position could be funded through this millage to help support that operation and to do outreach to, senior communities and make sure that they are getting access to the ID. And I think, we've had some conversations as well about the mobile services unit potentially being a component there to maybe even go to senior centers and other senior living communities to help make sure that they're all have the ID that they need. My penultimate thought is one that I would like to just back up a little bit on though. I gave you a very detailed idea, and I think we're all throwing detailed ideas out there. But one of the things that I raised early on with this millage is, I think that we need to, I would rather that we do a small number of things very well than try to do everything. And I want to make sure that we're not putting too many different individual things, trying to accomplish too many different individual things with this. And the one thing I think that's lacking from this document, and it's not a criticism of you, but certainly I think one of the things that's lacking from the document is like an overarching, what is the goal that we're trying to achieve with this funding? And I think that's obviously something that we all need to answer. But that's sort of like a 10,000 foot view. What are we trying to achieve? And then how we spend the dollars is sort of a tool to implement how we want to achieve that goal. And I think, again, we can't achieve 1 million goals. We can achieve, 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. But do we want to make sure that every senior over the age of 60 in Washtenaw County has, 3 meals a day delivered to their house? Is that what we want to achieve? A universal program of that nature. If people already, if they're taken care of, if they don't want the program, that's fine, but we want to make sure that it's available to every single senior in the county. Is that what we want to achieve? Do we want to make sure, let's pick maybe 2, 3 big things that we want to do, and let's accomplish them. And the last thing I want to say is, I really want to emphasize my firm belief that the best provider of services is the one that is the most accountable to the people, and that is our staff at this organization. And however you want to conceptualize what's going on with the grants, I am of the firm belief that there is no other way to conceptualize it other than it is externalizing or privatizing a service that should be provided by public workers. And I cringe at the idea that this amount of money will go out the door. And I go back to the same argument that I will make with just about any other grants that we give away. And this has been a long-standing problem at this organization, that we give money to other nonprofit organizations that are doing good work. And we basically create a situation where they're dependent on us. And we create a situation where they're out there delivering the services with their name and their board and their private donors, even though we're the ones that are actually funding them. And then we don't get credit in the community for the work that we are doing, because it is not the county that's doing it, it is nonprofits that are doing it. And so I don't want the taxpayers to not feel the impact of the money that they are giving us if this passes. I want them to feel the impact. I want them to know what the county is doing with their money. And it's the same reason that we put up the signs, the road millage signs, so people know your money is going to this. Your dollars are going to pave this road, to build this sidewalk, to put this crosswalk in. And when we give money to a nonprofit, it dissipates. It goes, and there is duplication. Frankly, the most efficient way to provide a service is for us to provide it. Creating this department is the most efficient way to provide those services. If you have 10 nonprofits, you have 10 directors, you have 10 HR departments, you have 10, it duplicates. That's just by virtue of the fact that you have many organizations that are trying to accomplish similar goals. And if we can coordinate that better, I believe that we can coordinate that better internally, and that internal entity will be more directly accountable to the public because we are accountable to the public. So I just ideologically, and from my experience at this board table and in other governmental bodies, I have moved away from the notion that everything should just be privatized, to believe firmly that we can do these services, we can think big, and we can do them, internally. And so I would like to emphasize one more time that we should put more money towards the department that we're creating. We can create longevity, we can create sustainability with that. So thank you.
Commissioner Labar.
Chair, if I could, I just wanted to ask a follow-up question to Commissioner Machewski. Jason, earlier you had mentioned ageways and that they would essentially deal with us from a more serious position. I forget the exact term he said. Is that if we have a certain structure? Is that because we have dedicated resources? Tell me just a little bit more about that, because if there is or is not some sort of structure or way that we can or would do things to get their full cooperation, I'm interested in it.
If I may. So I will say that the ability to have dedicated staff, dedicated people to interact with Ageways on a daily basis, in my view, will open us up to more opportunities with the Area Agency on Aging, more opportunities to partner on grant applications, more opportunities to talk about how we can bring their resources into the county, because they have a range of resources that are paid for by the Older Americans Act that we probably aren't maximizing right now. Take outreach for one example. The ability to help people sign up for Medicare at open enrollment time. I don't think we're maximizing our ability to bring that resource in right now. A variety of other things. Elder abuse and prevention services.
So could I ask then, does it matter the title attached to that individual, or that an individual associated with the county or employed by the county is there on a capacity basis?
I would say it's a capacity basis, that somebody is there dedicated to being able to work with their staff on a daily basis.
Okay.
And that is their task, their mission.
And the reason I ask is it gets to the question of, do you set up a new department, or if you have an OCD or wherever they are now coordinator who does that on a regular basis, does that matter in terms of the outside agencies? And if it does, I'd love to know that. And if it doesn't, we can look at options.
Right. I mean, right now, OCD has a relationship with Ageways on the nutrition programs, and they interact with Ageways on those programs. The ability to have a department that can talk about the broader range of services that are available, I think would be of great benefit to us. It's a capacity issue for me.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Commissioner Hodge had something to relay related to that.
Thank you. Just jumping in real quick. So I'm on the Ageways board. It's one of my committee assignments. The challenge with going to some of those is it conflicts with Board of Health, CMH, many of them, but I'm going to be going to the next one soon to talk about this being on our ballot in November, and I can relay some of this conversation and some of the questions that we have here to see what the opinion of the group there is, and then bringing that back for next time.
All right, next in the queue, Commissioner Scott.
Thanks. I'm getting on board the suggestion train. That I appreciate Commissioner Sanders started. I was like, wait a minute, I can make suggestions. Commissioner Robbie was like, now is the time. I always have ideas. I would love if we could consult with public health and talk about the services they're doing now for seniors and make sure that we understand the scope of those things. I think and I'm sort of tempering all the things that are in my head with thinking about what Commissioner Robbie said about that. I don't want us to get too dilute that we do nothing. But I also think like when I'm conceptualizing this, I think about home health and drugs, prescription drugs, to be clear. Okay. And there's a lot of cross-sectionality with things in our county that are being done now. And I want to make sure we're going to use the services we have and think about what we're doing to make sure we're maximizing that potential. So when I think about like health, I think about work that Resilient Washtenaw might be doing. And we can think about how making sure we're keeping people's homes safe for them to be in extreme weather conditions, especially seniors who are more susceptible to those swings in temperature. I'm thinking about things like respite care um, in-home health aides, medication management. Um, I mean, my family members who've gotten older, who have had more and more medications added, have sometimes been completely overwhelmed and call their nurse family member over to arrange things for them. But some family members don't have that person to call. So I'm also thinking about aging in place programs. The cost of assisted living is prohibitive for many people. And so what we can do to keep people in their homes and make them suitable for them as they age. Oh my gosh, I have so many notes, I can't even read my own writing. Something, it looks like Trigans, but I don't know what that is. Oh, the legal aid comes into the housing. I just think, and the elder abuse comes into health. I just think that there are so many, oh, crisis energy costs was another thing. I know that's something that we have, that Barrier Busters helps people with, but I think for some seniors who are living on fixed incomes, and when it's -20 in February for a week in a row, that energy cost goes up and it exceeds what they have for their fixed income. How can we help seniors in particular keep in those homes? How can we make sure their homes are weatherized appropriately so they're not paying for burst pipes? Those are things that I'd like us to think about. But I think as a board, then we should think about, like, in a holistic sense, where our priorities are for spending that money. And so that's why I'll also be excited to hear back from you about what percentage of money goes to staff, because listen to all those things I want to put in the community and don't want to take too much off the table. You have the number.
Yes, I do have the number. So of the millage funds in the proposal that I reviewed earlier, it was 13.4% of the funds went to staffing.
Okay.
For the grant component that was in there too, about 30% of the money there goes to staffing. So all told, it's about 15% of the entire $12.7 million budget.
Okay, that's so much better than I thought it was going to be looking at that chart. So that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Maciejewski.
Really quickly, I want to thank Commissioner Scott for those comments. I think I'm going to recruit you to come work in the Area Agency on Aging well. We have nurses too. But I want to say about the needs, about identifying needs. I totally agree with the idea of doing some things really well and not trying to do everything for everybody, right? When it comes to identifying needs, though, that's where the Commission on Aging can really help out.
Yeah.
Their role is to identify those needs, what they are seeing in the community, to gather that information and can help us inform decisions that we end up making. So they play a really important role in that. But thank you for the extra time, Chair.
Thanks. Okay. Anyone else? All right, I'm gonna wrap us up then and just say, one thing that I don't think I recall getting brought up, but I think this would be a great opportunity for us to make sure that no senior gets evicted or goes through the foreclosure process if we can prevent it. And so a majority of folks on fixed incomes that live below the poverty line, like, they should be able to get access to the exemption program. But we should try, in my opinion, very hard to make sure that we're preventing evictions for older adults. I think this opens up additional funds that we haven't had before if it passes, and it will save us money in other areas of the organization if we don't allow it to happen. Some of our programs have limits on how many times people can access support, but I think it's a benefit to all of us and the entire county if we're just not letting older adults become evicted in the first place. So that's all. I just wanted to throw that out there. Cool. Any items for current or future discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Everybody, how we doing? We're doing well, hopefully. All right, well, welcome to the September 18th Board of Commissioners meeting. We're about to have a eventful and lively meeting. I'm excited. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. He liked that. Yusuf appreciated it. All right, excellent. Well, let's get started with roll call.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light. Present. Commissioner Machewski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Here.
Commissioner Scott.
I am here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
All right, the team's all here. All right, well, we are going to move into public participation. So here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, we are not going to do that. Thank you for stopping me. We have a few special orders of business. We have no way of knowing how much public comment there is, but we have 4 people that are going to be receiving a special honor today. So we are going to go out of order here for a moment. Public participation after. Just hold your horses. You all want to stay for this. This is going to be great. It's always great to have something to highlight. So we're going to be doing presentation for Historic Preservation Awards from the Historic District Commission. First, I'm going to have Commissioner Sanders approach the podium. And Tony will be approaching with you.
I guess you want me to talk now, huh?
I would like for you to talk now.
Okay. I have been tasked with taking care of this particular award. The Outstanding Organization or Individual Award is intended to recognize activities and achievements by historic preservation organizations or individuals who promote historic preservation throughout Washtenaw County. This year's recipients are C. Edwards Wall and Mary Ellen Wall. Can they join me? Or maybe not. You don't have to get up. Okay, I'll come to you. Okay. C. Edward and Mary Ellen have been instrumental in preservation efforts within the county. They are active supporters of the Pittsfield Township Historical Society, where Mary Ellen serves on the board. C. Edward is the author of numerous books on Pittsfield Township and Washtenaw County history, part of the Footprints in Time series, History and Historical Locations in Pittsfield Township, Michigan. Mary Ellen is an avid researcher and editor of the book series. They have recently published a new book titled Mallett's Creek Settlement, 1824 to 1825. We would like to present, with Tony's assistance, this award to you.
And please, if you'd like to say anything, feel free after the picture.
Thank you.
Would you like to say anything? You're welcome to.
It's already on.
Well, thank you. This kind of recognition comes very, very infrequently. My wife and I have been involved in historic restoration and preservation in Pittsfield Township and Southeast Ohio for many years. We've written 8 books on Pittsfield Township, 6 of which are in print. And it's our hope that those texts will become the foundation for historical markers, because we feel that too few people really have an interest or have the time for history. They don't really have time to read books, but we hope that the material that we have prepared, researched and written over the years, can be synthesized into historic markers that can be encountered by people in their everyday lives. We feel in the long run, more people may learn about history that way than through any other of our endeavors. So thank you very much. We want to thank this organization and those who nominated us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. The Outstanding Business Award is granted to a business that operates within Washtenaw County to recognize their outstanding achievements and excellence in protecting and preserving local cultural and historical resources. Melissa, if you would mind joining me. This year's recipient is 24 Oaks LLC, which is owned and operated by Melissa Milton Pung, a Scioto Township resident, president of the Michigan Historic Preservation Network, and historic preservation expert, and a program manager for the Michigan Municipal League. 24 Oaks LLC spearheaded the efforts to nominate Wild Fry Farm as a local historic district. 24 Oaks LLC completed the survey and conducted the research for the Wild Fry Farmstead Study Committee report. Thank you. Congratulations.
All right.
Hey, friends. Many of you may know or remember that I ran the Historic Preservation Program for Washtenaw County for 12 years. I came here on the heels of great people and great minds, and I was followed by those. Thank you for continuing to fund this important program. And shout out to the world's best intern, my son, who's now away at college. So thank you. Thank you.
Next up is Commissioner Light.
The Outstanding Local History District Owner Award is intended to recognize owners of Washtenaw County local historic districts who achieve excellence in preservation activities on their property. The 2024 award is presented to the Salem Area Historical Society, owners of the Jarvis Stone School Local Historic District. The Salem Area Historical Society recently completed a multi-year project to research, design, fundraise, install, and dedicate a historical marker plaza at the Jarvis Stone School. The plaza features a plaque, replica tower of the former school bell, a flagpole, and 2 stone benches.
For you who don't know me, I'm the president of Salem Area Historical Society. I'm Terry Swick. I'm also the president of the Washtenaw County Historic Consortium, and I used to be on the Historic District Commission as a commissioner and chair. I'd like to thank the commission, Historic District Commission, for starting these awards again. Hopefully it'll encourage other people in our county to do historic preservation in multiple areas. I also like to thank Kat Slocum, who is the staff of that commission. She's doing an excellent job. I interact with her on many items. It would be unfortunate that she's got so much work to do, and she's also a reservist and is on reserve duty right now. It would be nice if they could go back to when Melissa was on the commission and had an assistant at the time and had less districts to monitor. So Melissa had time to go after grant money, which helped us. So hopefully you can help Kat and get them more time so they can do more than just monitor what's already in existence, but continue their efforts to increase our historic preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have Commissioner Labar.
Sure, thank you. It's my honor to present the Outstanding Realtor Award, which is presented to a realtor who goes above and beyond to promote historic district properties and communicates openly and enthusiastically about local historic designation benefits. And this year's recipient is Patrick McCulley of Reinhardt Realtors. Patrick is the co-author of Historic Ann Arbor, an architectural guide, and an experienced realtor who recently facilitated the sale of the Wild Fray Farmstead in Scioto Township. Patrick evaluated the property, advised an appropriate pricing strategy, marketed the site, and facilitated communication between prospective buyers and HDC staff. In the past year, Patrick has sold multiple local historic districts in Thorn Oaks, as well as the Merriman Farm. Please give it up for Patrick McCulley.
I'm supposed to say something controversial. No. Thank you all. And Washtenaw County is just an amazing place to live. And whenever you're driving through the county, you'll just see all these amazing historic properties in Manchester and Chelsea. And thank you for doing your part to help protect them. And I also want to give a special shout out to Kat Slocum. She is amazing. I sold 4 Washtenaw County Historic District properties this year or the last year. And I relied on Kat so much when somebody would call with a question about, can I do this to the historic property? I really talk to Kat. She knows exactly what you can do and she's amazing. So I'd like to just thank her for everything. So thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations. Always nice to start the meeting off on a note like that. All right, now we'll move into public comment. So here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, you get 3 minutes for public comment. If you're in the room, you will come down to the podium and be able to speak to us. You have to state your name, city, and township. If you don't state it, I'll have to ask you to do that at the end, and we don't want to have to do that. For your 3 minutes, we have a nice color-coded light system. It starts off on green, goes down to yellow when you've got 1 minute left, and then goes to red when you have used all of your time. If you've used all of your time, I will have to stop you in accordance with our board rules, and I exercise that the same for everyone, despite what they might say. And then if you are joining us via Zoom, you will hit the raise your hand icon to indicate that you'd like to speak. I will call on you. You will still have to state your name, city, and township. Then you'll be able to have your 3 minutes. And there's a nice timer on there. And as we learned at the last board meeting, there's music that will start playing once you have used all of your time. That was a surprise. If you are joining Zoom by phone, you will hit *9. You will hit *9 to raise your hand. I will call on you, and then you will hit *6 to unmute yourself. You will get your 3 minutes. You won't be able to see a timer because you're on the phone, but the music will play when you've run out of time. In addition to public comment in the room, we have received a number of written public comments. That number is 2. We received 2 written public comments for today, so commissioners have access to that, and it's printed in the board packet. All right, anybody in the room want to give public comment?
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Mary Campbell. I work for Washtenaw County. I'm the president of AFSCME's Local 2733. I have not had an opportunity to really come before you in the last month and a half. I don't know, since the last time I saw you all. But I really haven't had an opportunity to thank you for your support during our contract negotiations and helping us reach the finish line. So sincerely, from my heart, I do offer a thank you to all of you that assisted with that. I would also like to just kind of throw a note in there that we are getting ready to start negotiated dialogue for on a common table for all of the locals for retiree benefits. So we're hoping that we can continue to get your support on that as well. And that was the only reason that I came tonight. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I need this city or township, you know.
Pardon?
The city or township, you didn't say your normal
right,
thing.
where I live?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't live in Washtenaw
There
County.
you go. I know.
But I can almost afford to live in Washtenaw County soon.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on down.
Good evening, honorable commissioners and honorable Mr. Administrator Greg Dale. Good evening. I'm gonna take this off. I know how I sound with that. But anyway, we're here as a Park Ridge Summerfest Committee, which partners every year with the Joe Doolin Community Day, which is housed within the Office of Community Economic Development. We have been partnered now with them since 2012. Before that first year in 2011, we were both separate groups doing business over on the south side of Ypsilanti, where the community day was given an opportunity for citizens to come and find out where all the human health and services resources could be available by holding tents that had the vendors in them who would come and show them and also had gifts to give people. So this is part of the committee here, and we all are a separate group, but we work together. Hannah Lane, the communication specialist over at Office of Economic Development, has worked with us for years, and we have increased our participation by partnering together. Before, there was not much reception with the nonprofits getting more attention for the nonprofits resources that were available. But now we're averaging at least 1,000 to 1,500 people on a Saturday, the fourth Saturday of every August in Park Ridge Park, which is between Perry's Perry CDC and Park Ridge Community Center. Right there, we call it Perry Field. But anyway, we wanted to tell you thank you. That's been a partnership that has really been helping us along. Although the increase of the people that have been participating has grown, the prices of things have grown, and our ability to continue to go with the prices that we've been receiving from OCED at the same level has not changed. And we're looking forward to having that to continue this great event that happens in a community where people need to have something to do, at least something to look forward, at least one day out of the year. And believe me, we have a hill where people, the elderly people come sit on the hill and watch us, but we also have a lot of young people playing in the new playground that the Office of Economic and Community Development helped to put there. That playground is really nice. It has all kind of equipment on it. So we just wanted to thank you and hope you can continue helping OCED help us fund this event for our community.
Thank you. Now, this is going to sound silly, but name, city, or township.
My name. Oh, well, let me say this then. My mother calls me Ricky Lee. My last name is Jefferson, and I live in Ypsilanti Township, former county commissioner, former city councilman, and I love the fact that you guys have this job now.
I'm Anthony Williamson. I live in Ypsilanti Township.
Angela Johnson. I lived in Pittsfield, Pittsfield Township.
My name is Walter Walker, and I live in Ypsilanti Township.
You each can have 3 minutes if you want.
Oh, no.
No, no, okay.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. All right, anybody else in the room for public comment? No? All right then, Ashley, anybody online?
There is no one online for public comment, Chair.
Well, interesting. Okay. Last call for anybody in the room? Before I close public comment, I'm about to do it. All right, we're closing public comment. Now we will move to commissioner follow-up to public participation. Many of the people that gave public comment left, so I mean, but would anybody like to respond? Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, I just, it's really nice to hear, thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to chuckle. Like sometimes I don't know, sometimes this work is thankless and it's nice when people say thank you, even though we don't require it. I just think it's nice to start the meeting off on a positive note. So thank you to the folks who came to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I know that this was not technically part of public comment, but I just wanted to mention something about the historic districts and the folks that have done all this work. I just want to, they're not here anymore, but that's okay. I'm saying it out to the universe. I really appreciate the work that all the people that we awarded those awards to tonight do, and the many hundreds across our community that are, living in a historic home or stewarding a historic property. I think that, we live in an age where I feel like sometimes our historic assets in our community are not valued the way that they should be. And I just appreciate those that are sort of up against great odds, both financially oftentimes, but also there's other forces at work that are, constantly working against, time to, preserve historic assets. And a lot of our historic buildings and historic properties are what makes our community so special and unique. It's not, every community has a ton of, McDonald's and Taco Bells and those types of buildings, but not every community has, the kind of historic buildings that we have here in Washtenaw County. And we do have something very special, and it takes active stewardship and it takes active effort for folks to maintain those properties. And so, the people that came out here today that received these awards and the staff, I know Melissa's not in the room either anymore, but she has done so much incredible work for this community. And, the staff that have come after her, the staff that came before her, that helped to really build the program the way that it is. And I've been in conversations with the administrator about what we can do more to help support that program. And it sounds like there's some positive movement there to help expand, what they can do. Because I was on the board when we unfortunately cut their operations during the recession. And I think, we're not in a recession anymore in the same way, and we need to reinvest in that service. And it sounds like, again, there's definitely buy-in from the administrator on that. So thank you to everybody that came out to tonight to receive an award.
Thank you. And thank you for your enthusiastic standing ovations for everyone. It may not have been reflected on camera, but we saw it and they saw it too. Okay, anybody else? Well, thank you for everybody for coming for public comment. This was very nice. I like the, we could take the criticism, but it's nice to get it. Thank you from time to time. Thank you all. Thanks to all. Let's keep it going. All right, we will move into, thank you, Commissioner Robbie. No, and thank you. No, thank you, Commissioner Scott. All right, we're closing Commissioner follow-up to public participation. Go move on to liaison reports. Who wants to liaise with us? Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, the Board of Public Works held their monthly meeting. They announced that the last cleanup day that occurred for the year at EMU had 493 attendees participate in that event and are already planning the series of cleanup days for next year. But the one kind of public service message I wanted to mention today is that on November 2nd, the Conservation District and the Water Resource Commissioner's Office will be co-hosting the annual Agricultural Tire and Tractor Tire Cleanup Day in Freedom Township. And usually a very well utilized event, and information about that is available on the county's website. And as a point of personal privilege, I want to wish my son a happy 17th birthday tonight.
Oh, happy birthday. He's about to standing ovation again, but he's not on camera. It's a joyous meeting. We love it. Okay, who else has a liaison report for us here? Commissioner Scott, what you got for us?
Thank you, Chair. I'd love to tell you about the Parks Commission meeting. We actually had some good discussion at the Parks meeting about the East Side Rec Center that felt very fruitful and positive going forward, and really a really interesting program or presentation to us about the natural areas stewardship presentation. It was fascinating. If Commissioner Robbie, I think, is looking to see if we were hoping that the meeting was recorded for you so you could go and listen to it. It was just really amazing, the work that they're doing to steward those natural areas. I have mentioned before that during COVID, we, my family and I took a kind of idea that we would try to walk in all the different natural areas that Washtenaw County has. And every time we did it, I was like, we're like, these paths are so well maintained. Fair play, good job, Parks, for doing this. And then we really heard about all the work that they're doing. We learned about the difference between preserving and conserving, and prescribed burns. And we have some very knowledgeable people. Oh, did I have another thing in here about it? We have some very knowledgeable people that talked about things like that. We heard about plants that are called things like frogbit and Stiltgrass and Oak Wilt, which I think are very poetic names. We also got updates about Independence Lake, about things happening there, Mary Lou, Rolling Hills, about 150 campers participating in family campouts. We talked about the Border to Border Trail, the Title IX Plaza project that opened, more segments on the Border to Border Trail, grant applications that were awarded, and more stewardship of invasive plant management, lots of volunteering. We have had 20 volunteers providing 58.5 hours of service, 98% focused on horticultural activities at County Farm Park and Sharon Mills Park, which is a gem of the county if you haven't been there. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Labar, I had you beat.
Thank you.
Well, we're staying on parks. Just hold on. Can you hold?
I'd be happy to, sure.
Thanks. All right, hit us with the parks.
Parks, I love serving with my seatmate here on Parks Commission. It's so fun. It's amazing. And I would like to just add a couple things to her report back. So I used to work in natural areas preservation. I worked for the city in Knapp. Commissioner Somerville has a sweet parks bag. That's amazing.
Can we have the camera point to Commissioner Somerville as she holds up the bag?
This is very important.
There we
Nice
go.
work.
It's a very nice bag.
Nice work. But I used to work in natural areas preservation for the city of Ann Arbor, for the University of Michigan. So I did a lot of prescribed burns, invasive plant removal, cutting buckthorn and honeysuckle, doing field mowing, all the things that they were talking about in their presentation. So I was like super geeking out. And so everything that Commissioner Scott said, absolutely, this was a fantastic presentation that we got, something that I asked for us to receive, because a lot of those staff, they go to work every day. They're out in the field, in the cold, in the rain, in harsh conditions, doing work for the county. And they're not often, we don't know the work that they're doing because, folks go to our parks and preserves, they walk the trails, everything's wonderful. And we don't see the vast activities that our staff are doing. So I just want to also take a moment to thank our staff who, clock in every day, who go do this work. It's thankless. They don't get recognized. But hopefully we had this opportunity at our parks meeting to really elevate them, recognize their work, and I hope we can continue to do that and just think about them when we do go to these great natural areas that we have. We think about the work that they've done to help, restore these natural areas to what we see. So fantastic. I did tell them I wanted to participate in a burn, so we're going to hopefully be doing that soon. If anybody wants to join us, it's super strenuous. If anybody wants an insane workout, it's intense.
Let's do it. Sign me up.
You're carrying a big backpack of water on your back. There's heat emanating off of the grasses. There's smoke everywhere. You're wearing basically this full body material that's not very breathable, and it's usually not the coldest of days that you're doing it on. So it's intense, and there's often hills, and you're wearing boots. Anyways,
I'm going to drive the golf cart that gives them water.
So it should be a fun time. But in the spirit of talking about our natural areas, one other thing I wanted to add is I believe we took the final vote on purchasing the Grossman Preserve, which is going to be in Saline. And so it is, I believe, the first preserve in Saline Township that the county park system will be managing. So very excited about that. It's just outside of the city, just south of the city. So it's right on the Saline River. So that's wonderful. And then we also preserved several ag easements, which I'm sure Commissioner Light knows all about because they went through ALPAC. But we had, I believe, a total of 2 ag easements that we approved in I think it was Freedom Township and in Lima Township. So yeah, really good work was done, and lots of land, lots of acreage was preserved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Commissioner Labar. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. We had a continuum of care meeting today And I think you'll see the information there on the amendment to the sheltering task force proposal based on that meeting. We also did get a rough draft presentation on the gaps analysis that COC has been working on in terms of social services coming at the end of this fiscal year. More to come. That should be available to this board relatively soon. They're putting the final works on it, but the number is significant as the need is significant, and what we do with that obviously is a discussion for a future day. But that's it for COC.
Thank you. Anybody else have a liaison report? No? Okay. I'll share a couple. Thank you to Commissioners Robbie and Scott for inviting me to the Parks Commission meeting to participate in the discussion about the East Side Community Recreation Center. There's been some confusion or lack of clarity is probably a better way to put it around what their responsibility would be and what our responsibility would be and what that funding relationship can look like. I thought we had a really helpful conversation and we left with several next steps going forward. So stay tuned for more on that. They always talk about how fun Parks Commission was, and I stayed for almost the whole Parks Commission meeting, and it was very fun. It's a fun commission. It's yeah. It'd be nice to be on that one all the time. Would be great. But I'm gonna come and just hang out for any meetings where it's helpful to talk about well, I agree with that, Commissioner Somerville. But yes, I'm gonna attend more of those. We also had an Urban County executive meeting. Not a ton to report to all of you from there because they'll make some approvals of the items there, and then they'll come before us. So expect some upcoming public hearings. There was a presentation about Hawk and some of our other responses to housing and homelessness, and we received some input from representatives from various local units of government. Commissioner Robbie and I attended Drain Commission recently. It was as riveting as always, hitting the drains. So a lot of interesting stuff going on there. I don't know if you want to add. Yeah, go ahead, jump in there on the drains.
Well, a couple interesting things that we're going to be doing. It's not often that we actually get to have a physical impact on things, but people don't realize there are actually a lot of drains in the county that crisscross throughout our community. And the Drain Commission office actually owns a lot of property, including Mary Beth Doyle Park. I always get it mixed up with Mary Lou Murray. Different Mary Lou Murray Rec Center, Mary Beth Doyle Park, which I believe is in Commissioner Labar's district. And and funny enough, on Sunday, I was actually on a walk at Mary Beth Doyle Park. And then Monday morning, we met to vote on an agreement with the city of Ann Arbor because the city actually manages it as a city park. Technically, it is owned by the county, and managed jointly with the Water Resources Commissioner's office. But the city manages it primarily as a park. The agreement apparently expired a long time ago. And so we were recreating an agreement so that both parties are sort of on the same page. Still county land, but the city will manage it as a park. And there is a fairly large drain feature there to help reduce erosion that the county installed within the last decade. And so the other thing that we did is you are all, I think, aware of the ongoing development and trails that are going in right near the Argo Dam, just downriver from the Argo Dam. There's that new development. And then there's also some trails. The border-to-border trail is going to be going through there. They've installed a bridge. And there's actually the outlet of Allen Creek, which is basically 100% undergrounded creek in our community. But due to safety concerns, we basically voted to approve fencing around the mouth of the creek so that if somebody's walking on the path and they accidentally go off the path in a wheelchair, stroller situation, or even a child, that the fence would, basically prevent them from going into that, the mouth basically of the creek that comes out. So that was really good. And then we also voted to approve some money to basically do to go through one of the drains that comes out in Ypsi Township.
Yep.
And to go through and basically cut through the roots that are growing through into the drain. I know. Yeah.
So interesting meeting. I really enjoy being on Drain Commission with Commissioner Robbie. I've learned that he knows a lot about the drains and is very interested in drain stuff.
And I will say, to your credit, you are always advocating for the to eliminate the rats.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
It always comes up and it looks like, I mean, and we've seen in our packets that, money that the drain board is spending on rat abatement has increased. And there's, and I think it's a lot of it thanks to your efforts.
Oh, well, thank you. What a nice meeting, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. Well, we got to feed you every time before the board meetings. One other liaison report for me. So the Advisory Council on Reparations has made a couple of significant moves since the last time I've given a report, because we've changed the meeting time. So now we've had 2 meetings since the last liaison report. We've elected a new chair of the council. It's former Commissioner Conan Smith. And he's really leaned in and has been having meetings with a lot of people. It's been very effective. The council has been talking about establishing priorities and a timeline for engagement with people within and outside of county government to begin moving on next steps. We also did a film screening called The Cost of Inheritance. Ashley organized it. It was at the Ann Arbor Library on Jackson Road. It was very well organized and very well attended. I think we had roughly, 27 community members that attended, which was, I think, very good for the first major public event that the council has put on. So I want to thank Ashley for doing an awesome job getting that organized. It took quite a while, and I think it was a fantastic success. So thank you for that. And that concludes liaison reports. All right, let's keep it going, keeping people awake too. We already hit the special orders of business, so there are no additional special orders of business. There are no appointments today either. Consent agenda is easy. So there are only 2 communications, and they're both internal. They're meeting minutes, I believe, from the Board of Health and from the Food Policy Council. So take a look at those if you are interested. We will move on to resolutions. I would look for somebody. What? Yeah, I got to pass it. It was just so, I was on a roll. Sorry. We got to pass the consent agenda. Would somebody like to
I move passage.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Any discussion on the consent agenda? No, pull any for separate consideration. All in favor of approval of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right. Here we go. Consent agenda passed. Thank you, Michelle. All right. We're going to move on to resolutions now. Resolutions. We got one first reading item. Would somebody like to move that first reading item? Can you read it? You know how we do it. Yeah, all right. Commissioner Scott.
First reading, resolution 1A, a resolution ratifying the grant application of the early voting grant with the Michigan Department of State and the Bureau of Elections from the county clerk.
Okay. Any discussion on this item? All right. Any presentation? No. All right. It's a first reading item, so it's a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Move through first reading. All right, we're going to move into final reading and single reading and approval of claims. I'm going to look for somebody to move all of those except for item B, because we're going to have to, the COC has made some changes to the item since our last meeting. So what I'm going to do is ask somebody to move all the items except for that one. Then after we've handled that, I will ask somebody to move in second to amend by substitution the item that you have all been provided with. It is highlighted with the changes from the last one. So would anybody like to move all the items except for B? Commissioner Scott. Or wait, is that a question, Commissioner? You want to do it? Commissioner Sanders, you don't usually do it. Let's give it to you. You do it.
I move.
Okay, so you got to read all of them except for B.
Okay. Where is Katie when you need her?
Well, Katie said she wanted to do it.
I know, but she doesn't have to stay the expert on it.
Okay, she will give her some. Everybody wants to try.
A resolution approving Washtenaw County Community Health 2024-2025 annual operating budget in the amount of $131,599,982 for a period of October 1st, 2024 through September 30th, 2025 from Community Mental Health. Skipping over B, resolution C, a resolution authorizing the county administrator's signature on Washtenaw County Health Department's comprehensive agreement for the period of October 1st, 2024 through September 30th, 2025 from Washtenaw County Health Department. D, a resolution ratifying the grant application for the Legal Self-Help Center from the District Court. E, a resolution ratifying the grant application for the Michigan Drug Court Grant Program Operational and Planning Programs Grant from the District Court. And F, a resolution creating 1.0 FTE permit, technician, and 1.0 FTE inspector positions from building inspection.
All right, you also do the single reading and approval of claims, so keep it going.
Oh, look at that. Katie, you can have it back. A resolution ratifying the Community Corrections Comprehensive Plan in the amount of $2,909,637,000 for a period of October 1st, 2024 through September 30th, 2025. B, a resolution approving the Washtenaw County Health Department's 2023-2024 final budget.
Yep.
Okay.
And then you can just say, and approval of claims.
And approval of claims.
Is there a second? Support. Awesome. All right. Would anybody like to pull any of these for separate consideration? Commissioner Robbie. Single reading, item A. We're pulling it. Commissioner Labar.
You know what? I'll ask it during questions. No need to pull it. Thanks, Chair.
You're welcome. Any other ones? Gonna circle this in a little red ink here. Item A. All right. No others. All right, well, let us discuss all items other than items A and B because I haven't had anybody move B yet. Any questions? Commissioner Labar, let's hit it. And then Scott, don't worry. I see
Thanks, Chair. Can somebody speak to the maintenance of effort issue that we highlighted at the last meeting? Where is that? What is the proposed change, if any, in the health department budget? And what should we know beyond what was discussed last time?
We can speak to that. So the administrator and Mina had a conversation recently, and I've talked with both of them. It's going to come as a separate resolution to address the maintenance of effort, likely at a meeting maybe in October. Want to add more, Greg?
No, that's it. We are finalizing the recommendation, and you will get it in October, likely that first meeting in October.
If that recommendation comes in October, what is going to be the impact of anything that we pass now, or will that only impact at the start of the calendar year?
The latter. I think we're looking at the impacts to surface in January 2025.
Okay. I guess I am, I could use more information ahead of the budget vote. I'm not trying to hold up the train, but that seems like an important car in that endeavor. So any additional information you could provide now would be appreciated. If you can't, give a general reference to what MOE would be.
There's a range that we're talking about here that ranges from 300,000? No, that's what I'm saying. Jimena, can you come talk? Please help us out here.
Can I just make a point of order that the amendment that I made that was approved on at the last meeting said that MOE would come to us at the first meeting in October, not in October sometime.
The first meeting in October.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Hello.
Good evening, Commissioners. I would just refer you to the memo that we provided. It has a lot of detailed information regarding the context of the maintenance of effort, as well as some projections of where we would like to see the maintenance of effort reach based on cost of inflation increases, given that the maintenance of effort hasn't really significantly increased since 1992-93. So if you refer to those materials, you'll see that we're looking at maintenance of effort goal of just over $6 million, I think $6.6 million. And that there would also be consideration for a mechanism for some annual increase based on cost of inflation or some other such index. So that is what we've discussed. And I know that in our conversations with Administrator Dill, there are other sources of funding that are being reviewed. Obviously, this is really key to supporting our essential local public health services. Those are our required mandated services. And that's really what we're looking to focus on with the maintenance of effort.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Lovelock. I appreciate that. I will vote for the budget tonight, having a semblance of what that increase is going to look like in the context of every other thing that we've talked about at this table. I don't think that's at all too much to ask. And I feel like this gets relegated to a time constrained discussion, and it happens routinely. So I'll be interested in seeing more details on that and how we can address it long-term structurally. So thank you, Chair.
Administrator Dale is going to jump in here.
Commissioner Labar, the plan is to have this as an agenda item at Monday's board leadership meeting and then follow with a communication to the full board. And then it will be an agenda item for first read in October if you all so choose. It'll move to a second read at the second meeting in October.
In accordance with the amendment to the resolution that we passed last time. So we are still on track to do that. Anybody else did you want to say more, Commissioner Scott? No. Okay.
If I could say something.
Oh, of course, please.
If-
Hey, how are you?
If there is additional funding that is awarded to the health department in order to try and stabilize the maintenance of effort, we will have to bring a budget amendment and what the next steps are with that back to the Board of Commissioners, right? So in the material right now is a pretty hefty fee increase for environmental health. If there is additional funding that is awarded, part of our conversation internally at the department is that we should be using that money to reduce the amount of fee increase. So I just want to make sure that you understand, we still would have to bring more back to you. Like, we have to come back because you are approving a fee schedule at one level. And if we do not have a budget approved tonight, we have to close our doors on 10/1.
Wow. I certainly don't want you closing the health department on my birthday. That would be terrible. That would just not be good. Don't do that to me a minute. No, not on my birthday. All right, so let us, right, let us hopefully pass the budget then. Commissioner Robbie.
I am debating whether or not to even make this comment, but I support the budget. I'm going to vote yes, obviously. The comment that you just made, though, about the fees is something that I need to consider because, while I said what I did at the last meeting about the increase in fees being tough for people, I know that we are supposed to be setting our fees based on the cost of administering the programs. And so I'm struggling a little bit with the idea that if we give more general fund money to help support the health department, that would result in a cut in fees if theoretically the fees were set on a basis of covering the costs of basically performing the services that the fees are supposed to cover. And so I'm just thinking out loud, but I wonder if an increase should instead go to expanding services rather than cutting fees if the fees are already being set in a way that is supposed to cover the cost of the programming anyways. So just a thought.
I don't think that's mutually exclusive though. I mean, I think one of the hopes
It might not be, but it's just like the comment made me think about that. And so
And it's an absolutely fair statement. I think where we are looking at is sewage permits have the highest fee increase, and those are for your regular everyday consumer. And your regular everyday consumer may not be able to afford replacing their drain field, let alone a 75% hike in that fee. And our fear is that if fees are too high and if the cost of doing business is too high, then all of a sudden we're creating wastewater system issues within our community, and that is not what we want to do. So we can definitely have strategy conversations on what that could look like, but for purposes of like trying to get this passed and move forward, that is one of the conversation points that we're looking at, is reducing that increase.
And I will just share that the fees are based on a very thorough financial analysis of the cost of providing that service based on staff time and staff time reporting. But I think we would be able to perhaps look at a gradual fee increase model if we saw an increase in maintenance of effort. So instead of going and having a really large increase in the example that Jennifer provided, we could perhaps look at gradual increases that would lessen the burden on our customers.
Two thoughts on that. The first is perhaps we should consider, once this happens, because it sounds like it's going to happen, that not the entire increase maybe shouldn't go into reducing fees, and maybe we should think of, some of it goes to reducing fees and some of it goes to expanding services, something like that would, I think, be better in my mind. But the other thought on the fees issue is, I wonder if there's like a way to show that to people, in the sense of like, when somebody gets a bill for a fee, I wonder basically if there's a way to, since you have calculated the actual cost of that the fee should be, to like bill somebody for, your bill is $1,000, but the health department's going to cover $100 and the county whatever is going to cover $200 of that. And so what you pay is actually this amount. It's like your insurance. So like you see the actual cost of the service and then how much you're actually being subsidized by your department or the county or however we want to frame it. But just so people know, like the service basically that they're getting from the county at a discount. I don't know, just a thought, but.
Okay.
I like it. It's a good thought. You're welcome.
Well, and I would also just say in terms of expanding services, really the maintenance of effort is sort of the core funding that helps support our essential local public health services that I mentioned are mandated, we're required to provide. And typically, every year for well before I even started as health officer, the health department brings a deficit budget. Because the funding that we receive through maintenance of effort through the state is not sufficient to support those essential local public health services. So I just would caution that an increase in maintenance of effort doesn't necessarily equate to expansion of services. It equates to greater capacity and ability to support the required services that we have to provide. So we're not constantly working on budget deficits that we're trying to minimize throughout the year. In addition, we have COVID funding that we know is going to be ending in the next, year and a half that has been helping us in these last, few years.
What else you got?
I guess my point is, I just don't want it all to go into decreasing fees. So however you want to propose spending it, it doesn't have to be an expansion per se, but I just don't want it to all go into decreasing fees, and some of it needs to go into like stabilizing the health department.
Absolutely.
And I think other conversations we've had are around making sure that we can maintain the Healthy Neighborhoods program, for example, or some of the other programs where I know people are worried about, do I have a job in January?
Right, and that's separate from maintenance of effort.
Yeah, it's separate from
Yes.
maintenance, but it's
Right.
the overall conversation about making sure that we appropriately fund public health.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I appreciate you. All right, that's it. Anybody, we're done with that one? I think we're done with that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
commissioners.
You have a question about something else. That's correct. You do. Commissioner Robbie. Are we done? We're done with that item. So we're moving on to the other questions there. Yeah.
Well, I guess it's unfortunately, just to make them do exercise, it's another health related item, but not item C. I had a question on item B, single reading.
The budget.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you come back? Get all your health department questions. Like we don't want musical podium. So start thinking about your health department questions. Welcome back. What are your questions, Commissioner Robbie?
Yes, thank you. Sorry to make you go back. If I'm understanding this correctly, basically, item B is approving our budget in its totality. Can you explain how item B in single reading is different from item C in final reading?
Sure. It's for the current fiscal year that closes on 9/30, and we had to do a final budget amendment in order to be within auditing standards and not have
Oh, I
an
see.
audit finding. Because if my deviations are, outside of a certain threshold, then I'm gonna get in trouble. And since there was a significant amount of staffing compensation changes that happened, I needed to make accommodation for that and also bring in and recognize the additional state funding that we received.
Which was the 114,000. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Yes. Mhm.
That's all I had.
All right. Any other health department related questions? No. Okay. All right. Run out of the room now so you don't get called back. Okay. Any other questions? So keep in mind, we're discussing everything excluding items A and B from final reading. I don't, where, Commissioner LeVar gone? Okay. Well, I don't see any questions, so Ashlyn, let's do it. You have a question? Do it. All right, yes. This is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar. Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman.
Yes.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you. All right, we are going to move on to item A, community mental health item. But who pulled that one? Sorry, community corrections. I'm looking at the wrong A. That's my bad. All right, community corrections. Who pulled you? You pulled that one. Commissioner Robbie, what do you got? So while we wait for Commissioner Robbie to pull that up, I would just add that this is similar to the conversation that we had almost exactly a year ago. We continue to value the work of community corrections and making sure that we're able to fund the alcohol tethering program, which is very effective at keeping people out of jail that don't need to be in jail. And for the added context, in our county, the sheriff's office operates community corrections. In some other counties, county administration or the courts do that. We have found it to be a great benefit to have the sheriff's office do that, given the coordination of services and the financial contribution that the sheriff's office makes along with us to it. That's the context. I'm unsure what is happening now. Commissioner LeBar had his hand up. But I mean, Commissioner Robbie was first, but.
We were trying to buy time.
This is a clerical question. I had to make a side visit there. Can I record my vote as a yes on the vote? I missed?
Yes. Okay. Are you prepared? All right, Commissioner Robbie. Sorry, Commissioner Somerville. I called on him first and now he's ready.
That's okay. I guess I just had a few questions about the budget. I want to make sure I understood what was being proposed here. So the total budget, $2 million. Fees and service line item is 769. Is that an increase over last year?
Renee is nodding in the affirmative.
Do we know what the value of the increase was?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
I know finance may be able to confirm, but I believe when we were putting together the budget projections, we were already looking at about 500,000 in revenue, and that was June, I think, when we were talking, so somewhere in that neighborhood.
And I assume that the increase is there going to be an increase in the fee basically that we're charging people for is this all for the tether? Or is it a whole menu of different fees that we're charging people?
So this is a conversation that's ongoing, and we're really looking for direction from the county and what to do. We certainly don't want to raise fees across the board, so it would be for electronic monitoring all devices as well as drug testing. But we're in a situation because once again, this year, similar to last year, we've had a significant increase in utilization around our tether program. We've had about a 42% increase in GPS between this year from last year, and we've had about a 30% increase in scram tethers from this year to last year. Sober links have remained fairly steady. We've done about 5,000 more drug tests this year than we did last year, so everything continues to go up. And so we're in a position now where we have to look at not only are our costs going up for our vendors, we had a 5% increase in our drug testing supplies. We're working on negotiating rates with our electronic monitoring vendor. But we have the increasing costs. So without increasing fees, if we don't add general fund contribution or finding funding source elsewhere, or if we don't put a cap on our electronic monitoring program, limit eligibility, limit average length of stays, we're going to be forced to do the fee thing to meet the revenue projection. That's our only option. It's not what we want to do, but we're in a position where there's not much else we can do.
What is the increase then attributed to judges basically sentencing more people to participate in the program?
Yes.
Okay. And when they're sentenced to participate in the program, I assume that part of their sentence is to pay a fee associated with the program that you set. Is that right?
So we charge for electronic monitoring. What we don't do is aggressively collect for it. We're not providing violations to the court. We're not sending people back in front of judges. We're not automatically removing them from the devices, which would put them in violation. We're not putting them back in jail. We're not turning it over to a collections agency to go after them and impact them in other financial ways. We're simply trying what we can to collect from those who are able to pay. We do share the information with the courts as to what outstanding balances are. And it's up to the court at that time on whether or not they enforce those payments. Similar to the thought process of not creating additional financial hardships for justice-involved individuals, the courts don't take the action either. So we don't get the money.
Say that last part again. So you're saying that the judge, it's not part of like when somebody is sentenced, it's not part of their required payment. It's not included. It's you have to go do this community corrections program and they handle the payment separately?
Correct.
Okay. So it's not like the court is collecting money that they should be paying you for the program from the court involved individual?
Correct. That doesn't happen.
Okay. Interesting. So what is like the percentage of individuals that you work with that actually pay? You might not have that prepared. That's fine. I'm asking you
I don't know
questions
off
that
the
you
top
might.
of my head. I mean,
Yeah.
I could give you a guess, but I could look and pull the number and get that information to you. We do have it. I just don't have it tonight.
I'm just generally curious in that. So, okay, that's interesting. And this is always how it's been. Basically, the judges have never collected the fees and then paid community corrections for the service that they're requiring.
The judges have never collected the fees and then passed the money off to us. There was many years ago a different model and thought process around the fees associated with individuals involved in the criminal legal system. And there were times where the judges would enforce payments in order to, get off of probation or whatever it might be. We've long since moved from that philosophy and methodology in this county because of the financial impacts. So I would say probably within the last 5 to 6 years is really when we've started to not only see the increase in tether utilization from the courts, but then also the decrease in collections or payments being made by participants.
I guess it's like, that's like, what I would say generally is that doesn't feel right to me. Like, I feel like if we're charging people a fee, they should have to pay it. But if the philosophy is that we're concerned about people's ability to pay, then I feel like we should sort of build that in officially into our structure. I feel like what you're describing, this isn't like me being critical of you. But systemically, I think perhaps what you're describing is sort of a operational gray area where it's sort of like, yeah, they should pay, but they're not paying. And we're not going to make them pay because we don't believe that we should make them pay because we've moved away from an older philosophy. And I guess my thought is like, that doesn't make sense to me because I just feel like we should operationalize a system that is more just oriented, maybe. And maybe there's a sliding scale of payment based on ability to pay. But I feel like just saying, oh, we're not going to enforce it. Like some people can pay and some people can't. You don't really have a mechanism to evaluate that. But I feel like we probably should consider something like that. And if we're not going to have people pay, then we shouldn't even ask for payment. So I feel like we should operationalize our philosophy better, maybe. So maybe a conversation for a different time, but thank you. The other question that I had is around the transfers in the budget. I assume that's where the dollars that you're requesting from us come in terms of the budgeted general fund dollars. And I believe that the transfers in isn't all budgeted GF dollars, right? Some of that's millage money.
Correct. I think like 270,000 is millage money and then the 996 is the general fund.
Okay. And the 996, either you can correct me if I'm wrong, or somebody from budget office can correct me if I'm wrong, but in our 4-year budget, we budgeted for this? That exact amount of money? Okay, well, yeah, I guess if we're off by a couple dollars, that's not what I meant, but like we budgeted for this basically is the question. Okay. While we're waiting for confirmation, my follow-up question to that is how does this compare to what we did last year? I know that last year we saw basically like a budget amendment to ask for more general fund dollars. Is this 990 whatever thousand the same as what we did last year? Is it an increase over what we did last year? How does it compare to the last year?
It's the same as the contribution from last year or what was agreed upon in last year's budget resolution. There's no increase asked this year.
So
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
What we are asking is to work together collaboratively to come up with a solution, because what we know is we can't continue down this path for another entire fiscal year. We have to make some decisions. Is that increasing the general fund contribution to continue as we are down this path? Is it capping caseloads? Is it restricting who's eligible for participation in the program? Is it working with the courts to try to figure out a sliding scale payment enforcement type model?
I mean, I think I'd be really excited about that because I think more people, I think we need to enforce people to pay. If we're going to ask for payment, we need to enforce payment, but recognizing the issues that come with those that are court involved that oftentimes people can't afford to pay, we should take that into account, but we should have a system in place to do that. And I think we need to partner with the judges in order to enforce a more just focused system. But I feel like this gray area that we're in where it just doesn't make sense to me. So I think that's something that's worth exploring. But to that question that I was asking, just want to make sure I understand. So last year we budgeted a certain amount and then community corrections came for an increase. We increased the amount that we gave. And so this number, this 900,000 plus, represents basically what we budgeted for plus the increase that we gave. And now that's the same that we're doing again this year. Okay. And we budgeted for it. Okay. I believe that's all my questions for right now.
Thank you. I would add that we have had some of those preliminary conversations. So we have had meetings between Administrator Dill, myself, Sheriff Clayton, Renee, and some of the judges about what could a more collaborative relationship look like on that, because clearly we're in a space here in Washtenaw County where we value this program. We do not want people to have to we don't want to collect if people can't pay, right? And so it's unrealistic for many of the people that are involved in the program to have to pay. So I think it's more realistic for us to think about having this be a program that we're not passing the cost on to the users of the program, rather than trying to commit resources to collection, which may not be successful.
But the thing is, I guess my counter to that is that some people can pay and some people probably should pay. And I will also say that I feel like judges have no issue enforcing court fees on defendants when it comes to court funding. So I guess I don't quite understand why, because they get to keep the money for their budget. And so I don't understand why this is any different. This is a service that can you turn a judge down?
No, I get a court order with a judge's signature on it.
So I don't understand why this is any different. This is something that the judges are ordering. I feel like the court should have a stake in making sure that this program works. And I feel like right now I don't see where's their partnership here?
Well, like I said, we've had preliminary conversations, early conversations. We plan to continue to talk to them
I'm
more.
talking, where's the dollars and cents? Like, where's the contributions that the judges are willing to make sure that this program works? And so that's why I really think like there needs to be, I agree that probably most people that go through the courts can't pay. There are some people that can pay, and they probably should.
We will continue to talk to the courts. And to the Community Corrections Advisory Board, that will be the plan. We did adhere to the resolution that we passed a year ago. Renee participated in many conversations with the Criminal Justice Collaborative Council as we tried to work towards this finding a solution for this. It's a lot more complicated. It's very complicated. This is why we're tackling this same issue again a year later. We're going to continue working on it. And I think we'll figure out what is the most appropriate vehicle for those conversations. Renee, I think we're trying to say something a moment ago.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure to reemphasize the importance that we continue these conversations as soon as possible. Again, if we continue at the same rate we're currently on, that 996 is not going to make it through the end of this fiscal year. We're going to be in a situation where we're looking at a deficit. So conversations need to start now. Beginning of the fiscal year is obviously October 1, about do we cap caseloads? Do we restrict caseloads? Or, find a sliding scale model that everyone is in agreement with and will support? Or do we add FTEs? Because the other reality that we're facing right now is that with 450 to 460 individuals on tether a day, it is a community health and wellness, safety and wellness, public safety issue to have that many individuals on tether and not have the staff to adequately supervise them. And what we've started to see over the last several months is the types of cases and charges that are being referred to tether supervision are much more highly assaultive, violent, and egregious than we've ever seen before. And so again, when you talk about looking at 400 to 500 individuals on tether, if you don't have adequate staffing to supervise those individuals, it could be a matter of time before something with significant consequences happens in our community, and we are trying to do everything to avoid that happening, which is why we need partnership from everybody here in the systems, in the courts, to start working together and talking about a resolution to the situation.
Commissioner Sanders, and then Scott, and then Commissioner Robbie has put himself in the queue for round 2. So anybody that hasn't spoken yet will be able to speak before Commissioner Robbie. And Somerville, Sanders, Somerville, Scott. Because I did see, I thought you were waving at me earlier, but she was raising her hand.
I just wanted to remind Commissioner Robbie that the courts they're separate.
What?
The courts are separate, so don't know what happens in terms of partnership when they clearly let us know that they are separate. I did want to, and I think this is already addressed, I am interested in knowing what the percentage of default is related to the fees and services. I know you can't tell us right this minute. And I know enough to be dangerous about tether. I had a family member that actually worked for the state of Michigan monitoring tether. I guess I also want to know, and I'm not expecting you, Renee, to answer this question, but I would like for an inquiry to be made with our separate non-partner, whether or not judges are actually asking when people come before them if they have any outstanding amounts due before they're making decisions. And I would hope that I might need to hold that comment because it's not gonna come out right. I would hope that there is that there is an across the board due diligence with the courts that is consistent, whether or not it's someone coming before you as a criminal defendant or someone coming before you as a non-paying friend of the court parent, that there is some consistency there. But I would like to know what the percentage of default is. And I would be interested in the sliding scale option. Because if people are not able to pay, I don't know if I'm being told correctly, it's somewhere around $55 a day or something like that. If they're not able to pay, then we want them to be able to move on from whatever has occurred that has put them in the court system in the first place. But I would be interested in the sliding scale. And I know this is a headache, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'm not suggesting this. I'm just putting it out there that, you know, if they're not able to pay now, is there any way that you can sort of set that money aside? You don't know if people are going to be able to move on, do better, be in a position later to be able to pay some or all of that fee, but maybe they just can't pay it at the time that they are justice involved. So something akin to universities that have programs to bring people back that stopped out. They owe the university money. They have the ability to pull that money back from the collections agency and set up sort of payment arrangements, you know, years out. So that's something that I'm not adding to your plate. I'm just saying maybe we could look at that at some point in the future. So I'm done. Thank you.
Commissioner Somerville, and Commissioner Somerville is on the Community Corrections Advisory Board.
We're adding that. So thank you, Renee, for everything that you're doing. Community corrections is really important. I think when we're talking about how to move forward, we should all keep in mind that it's tether monitor or jail, and jail costs 3 times as much. And so capping or restricting is going to mean that person will be in jail and we're going to spend lots of more money. And so I don't really think that's an option. I would be interested to know like who is actually paying and if that is based on income level, and if we do sort of a sliding scale, I think we should think outside of like the normal like financial parameters that we're used to hearing. Like area median income for Washtenaw County is set at the rate of like cost of living in Ann Arbor, but not everybody in Washtenaw County is at that, and so I just want to make sure that it's equitable. But ultimately, like sliding scale or not sliding scale, the other side of this is jail, which costs 3 times as much. And so I just don't think that's an option. The other thing that I'll add, and I don't know what company we use. I'm assuming, is it from Michigan? Are they from Michigan? They are. Okay. I think it would be worth our time to investigate an opportunity to do that in-house. We have local universities that probably have the technology to help us do that. And I think it's worth it because honestly, like it's gonna like, it's not an option to cap or restrict. Like we're gonna spend more and that doesn't make any sense. And then we're disrupting a life and the cost of that is gonna hit us anyways. And so I just don't think that that really is even an option. So anyways, that's all. I would, as the chair of community corrections, I would like to be involved in some of the conversations that are happening because I haven't been. And I feel like I have a perspective to bring to this that would be valuable. Thank you.
You're always welcome at the community CJCC, but that part is done, so that I expect that the future conversations would happen through the Community Corrections Advisory Board. The other thing I think that could be useful for context is that with the additional information about how it costs so much more to keep people in the jail, us having a jail that we keep below, Sheriff Clayton talks frequently about how we have a very low jail population relative to the overall population of Washtenaw County. We could have strategic conversations between all of our partners and be able to utilize those dollars that we're saving by not incarcerating people to more systemic solutions. Commissioner Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the discussion about sliding scale, but thank you, Renee. Let me say that first too. I guess I think about times in my life where people were like, oh, there's a sliding scale. And I was like, yes, I might be able to afford it. And then I looked at a sliding scale and I was like, no, I can't afford that sliding scale. And so I want to echo what Commissioner Somerville said. If we're going to think about that, think about it really very specifically about what that means to people. And I just want to say personally, it bothers me on some fundamental level that there might be somebody who can pay that doesn't pay. Like that makes me annoyed. Like, to pay your way. But I'm also okay missing those people to make sure that the people who legitimately can't pay don't have the sequelae from that. Like that's the cost benefit ratio I'm measuring there. Like that I'm missing the one person who's like, aha, I got it over the county to make sure that I'm taking care of the one person that legitimately can't pay that amount of money per day. And I think that it is really important what Commissioner Somerville said about how this is helping to keep people out of jail, because what the impact down road from that time is for that person and that person's family is so much more for that individual unit of people and for our county as well. Next, I do think that it is important. Oh my gosh, I'm pulling this back all out. It's coming out. That I know that there's a question about courts helping fund this, but I also believe that there is a place for this to be funded with the millage money that is back up on the ballot again in November. I think that this is right in line with what people think that millage money is doing from the public safety side. And I would like to revisit that going forward. For now, I am prepared to vote for this tonight because I want to keep those people, same as last time, that are using this program out of jail. But I do not think it would be remiss for this to also be funded through millage, or at least partially funded through millage. Thank you.
Anybody else before Commissioner Robbie begins round two? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. The first thing I wanted to say was just building off, I'm glad that Commissioner Scott mentioned the millage because I 100% agree with that. So question on that, the 200 and some thousand that you have in your proposal from the millage, have you used millage money in the past for this?
Yes, I believe for the last several years, we've had transfers in from the millage. And we also have FTEs that are in community corrections that are paid for through the millage.
What has the level of funding from the millage been in the past compared to this 200,000?
I think it's always been somewhere between 240 and 270.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I guess to Commissioner Scott's point, the voters specifically passed a millage to do exactly this, right? And so the fact that 200,000 out of 12, basically 1.2 million, only 200,000 is coming from the millage and $1 million basically is coming from our general fund seems like imbalance to me. And I really feel like we should be putting more of the millage dollars into this program. I think you all remember my issue last time around the millage fund balance. And, I would actually love an update from finance on where we're at with that fund balance currently. I know that there was an attempt to spend down a significant amount of that. But and I know that that's one-time money and you need more of a long-term fix. But I do want to make sure that we're investing those millage dollars at an appropriate balance with our general fund dollars. So I guess my follow-up question here is this is an ask that comes to us annually, or what we're voting on today covers you for the year?
Correct.
Okay, so hopefully, well, yeah, hopefully. But the point being, I think when we revisit this in a year, I think I'm hopeful that we could see more millage dollars contributed to this. I know this isn't necessarily a decision you get to make. But I think as you're involved in those discussions, I know we all need to advocate for this to be part of that, an increase in millage investment in this program. Question that I had about the jail comment. Obviously, this is a cheaper option. Sort of surprised that it's only a third of the cost of jail. You would think that it would be a lot less than that, given that jail includes housing people, it includes the immediate staff time, it includes food, it includes so many other things, whereas the tether is just a machine that you have somebody on the other end monitoring. But theoretically, that person can monitor more tethers than a jail guard can monitor inmates, but maybe I'm wrong about that. My question though is, when the courts sentence somebody to jail time, what is the financial liability on the court-involved individual for their stay in the county jail? Do you know that?
No, I don't. I believe there's a booking fee that's statutorily mandated to be assessed at the time of booking, but we don't charge people to stay in the jail.
So you're saying we do not charge people to stay in the jail?
No.
What, do you know what the booking fee is?
At one time it was $12. I don't know if it's been adjusted since. Sheriff Clayton would probably be better to answer that. I don't manage the jail or the sheriff's budget or the jail's budget, so
right.
Some of these questions, I can tell you
don't have
what
the answer,
my best
yeah.
knowledge is, but don't hold me to it. I could be wrong.
Well, I would love to get an answer to that, because I was told at one point that we do charge people for, staying in our jail facility. Maybe that's changed since somebody told me that a while ago, but I would love to get that information at some point too, because it's relevant to this discussion. If we're providing a cheaper option to people, clearly it's a cheaper option to society in general, but is it a cheaper option to the individuals too? Not that it's really an option for them, but is it cheaper than jail? I'm curious to know what financially the impact is. It's obviously different financial impact when it comes to their ability to see their family, go to work, do work remotely, whatever it is. But just hard dollars in terms of cost of the tether versus cost of being incarcerated to an individual. I'm curious what that looks like.
If I may, just to make sure that we're all talking apples and apples. So about the $150 a day that is for somebody to stay in jail, and the $55 a day that we have here before you in the memo is the total cost models, right? So for someone who would be ordered a GPS tether, it's $10 a day is what we charge them. But if you look at the totality to include staff costs, resources, all that kind of stuff, that's where we get the 55. So we have tethers that are $6 a day, $10 a day, $11 a day, and that's the actual cost to the participant.
All right.
How do we decide which tether somebody gets based on those different cost amounts for the tether? Is it the judge that decides it? Okay.
Anybody else? Community corrections? Anything? No? Okay, well, we don't want that. All right, well, with that, I will move us on. Thank you, Renee, very much. We will move on to a vote. This is a roll call vote.
Commissioner LaBarre,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hahn,
Yes. Item passed. Excellent. All right, we are moving on to our final resolution. So for this one, I am looking for someone to move to amend the item by substitution. You all have it. It is the COC item. I will ask you to read it, and read the resolution title and say, I want to move to amend by substitution. I believe Commissioner Scott, they will be doing it. She'll be doing a service to us all.
I'd like to take item B and move to amend that by resolution. Substitution, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any discussion on this new item? So just hold on. All right. So the COC has made some changes since we voted on this for first reading. I don't know if anybody from COC wants to talk about the highlighted pieces. You can read it. They are highlighted. Does Tony want it? Tony's going to do it. Tony's here. Thanks, Tony. Rocking the blue. Rocking the blue. All right.
Good evening. Yes, the change is the removal of $60,000 going to diversion stipends to OCED, instead using that money to fund Ozone House for youth services, as no youth services were included in the original resolution for winter warming season.
Commissioner LaBarre, he's on COC. I'm going to get him, then I'll get you.
Thank you, Director Kayumi. Youth service is a good example just to point to in terms of they are easily lost in the shuffle, because generally when we talk about homelessness services, we talk about individual congregate settings and families. And these youth services are specialized. They're going to make some needed expansions for temporary staff that will help facilitate some of those services. So I'm certainly fully supportive and appreciate Tony's team for sort of help and assist with this process at the COC board.
And if I could add, it's not just maintaining current services. Last winter warming season, you may recall that the county provided funding to Ozone House. Ozone House used that to expand overnight sheltering at Ozone House on the second floor. And so they're actually going to have more beds provided for youth in winter warming. And so it's actually an expansion of services.
Okay, good. You might want to stay there. Just please hold. Commissioner Robbie, go ahead. And then Commissioner Sanders.
Just to make sure I understand this, so what is being cut to fund this?
So the original resolution had $60,000 in diversion stipends going to OCED. But you may also recall that we received direct cash assistance. That is a monthly stipend form that will be going out this year, September through December. And there was additional funding given to barrier busters for one-time diversion funding, not a stipend. So there is more diversion funding in this system currently than we would normally have.
And that came from where?
REO funding that came to OCED, but I don't know originally where it came from.
Commissioners, that was part of the housing and homelessness immediate impact allocation from last November.
What does REO mean?
Racial Equity Office.
Oh, thank
The direct cash assistance was originally with them and then came to OCED. And we had some of it is also going to SOC for individuals. And then the stipends for families are going through the FEC through OCED. Financial
Okay,
Empowerment
You're going
Center.
to have to break this down for me more. I want to understand. So the line item that was initially there for $60,000 was going to do what?
Direct cash assistance diversion stipends.
Diversion stipend, how does that work? So somebody presents themselves to Hawk.
So it had not been operationalized as to how the diversion stipends were going to be distributed. The winter warming task force had thought that originally it had gone through barrier busters in the past, but barrier busters staff said that that was not the case. Our Financial Empowerment Center staff are currently being set up to do direct cash assistance stipends, but the barrier buster staff say that they had not been involved in stipends in the past.
I'm honestly very confused. Like, I am, like, so you had basically proposed a program, weren't sure how it was gonna actually be.
We did not propose it. It was a suggestion of the Winter Warming Task Force and a resolution that was created through administration and given to us originally to think about how to operationalize.
And your basic feeling here is that you, because of money that we allocated last year that was supposed to go out months ago that never did, but that now is with living with you guys, it's obviously not your fault, but living with you guys, you feel that that money will cover the service that would have been covered by the $60,000?
So we have the amount of money, yes, that will be going out through SOC for individuals for direct
SOC is
cash.
the money that the direct cash assistance?
Direct cash assistance stipends, and then families through the FEC at OCED for direct cash assistance stipends. And then part of.
That's all based, both of those things are we passed last November?
Correct.
Okay.
And then there was also additional funds for diversion given to barrier busters for immediate dispersal, which has been going out as soon as that we received that funding. That was
that came
additional
from
funds
where?
that we normally would not have had. That had been originally allocated to direct cash assistance, but was then reallocated to barrier busters.
So that was also part of what we did in November? But because I remember we allocated the 750,000 for direct cash assistance, right?
Correct.
So are you telling me that part of that direct cash assistance ended up going to barrier busters?
That is correct.
Did we vote on that?
Yes.
When did we vote on that?
They're looking it up.
Commissioners, that was in November of last year as a part of that same housing and homelessness immediate impact allocation. If you'll give us just a second here on the specific date. But I don't believe it has come back since then for board action.
So I guess I'm wondering, so you're saying that in the initial resolution, we did not allocate $750,000 for the direct cash assistance, that we in fact allocated less than that, and that a portion of that was going to barrier busters all along?
My recollection was that the original allocation for direct cash assistance through REO was November 1st of 2023, I believe. And then at some later date, when it was determined that the funding wasn't going out at the speed that we would like to see it happen, and that there were some technical challenges related to how REO had originally proposed setting up the direct cash assistance, that we wanted to get the money out the door. And I feel like it did go back to the board. I just don't remember the date.
I remember it.
And that during that time period, we had said, OCED, that we can get it out the door immediately if you give us money through barrier busters for diversion.
November 1st was the date.
So getting back to my question then, what are you saying about barrier busters? The fact that we gave you that money from the cash assistance fund to barrier busters, you're saying that money is still being used for?
Yes, so we are allocating, it was sort of split in half. I can't remember the exact dollar figure off the top of my head. About half of it was given to barrier busters for immediate dispersal for diversionary funds. And then roughly the other half was split again, with a portion of it going to the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County for diversion monthly stipends. And about half of that was given to OCED's Financial Empowerment Center for family diversionary stipends. So we have more diversion money than we normally would have.
You're saying, are you talking about the barrier busters money?
Barrier busters money, in addition to having the FEC funding, which we've never had before, funding in FEC to be able to give out
What is
to
FEC?
families.
Financial
Financial Empowerment Center,
Center.
which is run by OCED
So
staff.
if we did all this by resolution, I'd love to see the resolution at this meeting, preferably. I guess I'm overall concerned about removing that line item. Also puzzled as to why it doesn't appear on, I feel like next time it would be helpful to have something, I mean, we did first reading on this, right?
Mhm.
And so I feel like having this typed up such that we can see the changes, you know, it's highlighted, but I don't see what was eliminated. And so I think that would be helpful in the future to be able to visualize. Thank you, but it would be nice to see that in the future too. So who makes this recommendation? Is this your recommendation?
This originally came from the Winter Warming Task Force, which is members of the COC who were involved in winter warming.
And the COC is the Continuum of Care
Continuum of
Board.
Care.
And who appoints the Continuum of Care Board?
The board positions, I believe,
It's a combination. So
appointed.
Commissioner Labar is appointed by us.
I understand that, but who are the other members and how are they appointed?
So they can elect when positions open up on the COC board based upon the COC bylaws. There are a number of different positions that have descriptions on them as to specific roles that the individuals might play. There are lived experience positions, there are youth positions, there are positions related to community service providers, law enforcement. There's a number of different categories, education that are spelled out in the COC bylaws, which we can certainly get you a copy if you're interested.
And I guess did we create the COC county?
Continuum of care is something that is part of us being a provider of
So it's a
these
federal
services,
designation?
and also because of some of the funding regulations from the grant funding that we receive requires us to have a COC.
And and the COC positions are spelled out by, I assume, the federal government?
In the bylaws of the COC.
Which is, so it's not spelled out by the federal government. We create our own bylaws?
Some are created locally, though there are some mandatory things that are required in the COC bylaws as well.
And is part of the COC's mandate to opine upon county funding, general fund dollars and how they should be spent?
They can make recommendations, though ultimately, of course, the Board of Commissioners makes the final decision related to county funding.
But through their federal appointment, they have certain responsibilities.
I think Commissioner Labar can also provide some context because he's on there, but I think some of what you're getting at with your questioning is who appoints some of them because of the unique nature of it. So Washtenaw Housing Alliance appoints some of the members. We appoint our representative, and then other agencies do. But go ahead, Commissioner Labar, if you're going to add some context.
Yeah, these are all good questions. The continuum of care. We've got a bunch of the governance documents up on our website and the board listing. It explains it all in relatively detailed example there. But yeah, it's a body that is turned to for advice on these issues, given the depth of experience there.
I guess what I'm kind of getting at here is I feel like it's weird to me that we are taking this recommendation from the COC when we have an entire department that's supposed to be making these recommendations to us. And I don't know, that the way that this is coming to us doesn't feel right to me.
OCD is in support of the recommendation of the $60,000 going to Ozone House.
Commissioner Labar, can you help again? They meet frequently and he is there. So I think he might be able to help with some of the questions that you have.
I'm happy to answer any questions. I was going to speak to the virtue of the COC, but I don't want to interrupt Commissioner Robbie here. I can wait. Thank you, Chair.
You can interrupt me. That's
No,
fine.
well, you're on a roll. I don't want to, keep it going. I just think I understand the challenges that you're having with this.
Well,
And that
I-
it's
I
not a
guess-
county, it's not a body that we establish.
Yeah, I feel like this recommendation should come from OCD. And the way that I'm reading this in the memo, no offense to Brady, but it's from Brady. Why isn't this from Tony? This recommendation should be coming from Tony, not from the COC, not from Brady Peck. And you can certainly rely on the COC to the degree that you want, but I am not comfortable, frankly, voting on something that's coming from an outside entity that's put on the agenda by Brady. It should be put on the agenda by Tony. This should be coming from OCD. OCD should be advising us on how we spend our money for winter sheltering activities. And frankly, something that you said earlier kind of triggered that thought, which is you were talking about the line item that was put in there, the 60,000, how it was originally being proposed. And you said, and I said, so you don't have a plan for how to operationalize it. You said, wasn't our plan to begin with. That's a problem to me. Why are we throwing something at our staff that, why was this even part of the conversation to begin with? They should have been the ones making this recommendation, and it should have been fully vetted through whatever process they have. This is not an indictment on you, Tony, or anybody else, really. I'm just saying the way that this process works doesn't feel right to me. It needs to go through county staff and be signed off on by Tony before it gets to this body, in my opinion.
So Commissioner LeBar might be able to help with this, but this is one of the reasons why we passed that resolution relatively recently, reaffirming our commitment to the COC structure. That was part of the purpose, but go ahead.
Yes, the COC is not the end all be all. There's a reason it's back on our agenda. It's our funding decision in final. I would just say, I think we are well served by the COC. I think the folks who are on that board, including one of the co-chairs, former Mayor John Hefja, they do their damnedest day in and day out to advise us in a way to maximize those funds, to make best use of them, and candidly to serve the individuals we are all looking to serve in this. So I would just say, I think we are fortunate to be part of the COC. I think it's a great tool, and I think it is informing these winter sheltering task force needs that we will have coming. We asked the COC essentially for their opinion on this. They've given it back with specialization. The modification we're making, candidly, is because I think we had too much policy development coming from in-house based on preferences in the last 12 to 24 months. And this is, I think, going to better serve us here in the winter to come in terms of the task force, in terms of the services that folks will need. So I stand fully behind it. I think if you dig around, you'll see why it's a worthy policy tool for us to use. And when I say in-house, I mean specifically, there were probably things that went through the REO either to come to this board or then directed back to that I think could have been done differently and probably would be done differently in the future that may save us just a few of these steps. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Also, as a matter of policy, this is why we passed that resolution, I believe unanimously at the other meeting, around our interactions and relationship with the COC. Are you continuing? Continue.
Oh, I mean, in that case, I guess I'll have to reevaluate my support for the resolution next time, because if it means that our OCD, in my ideal world, OCD directs how we spend these monies, advises the board and how we spend these monies. And I get that there has to be partnerships, and I think Tony should manage those partnerships. But I just know that since I've been back on this board, there have been several times where proposals have gone around OCD to us. And I don't know if this is the case for this one, but they've gone around OCD to us, and money has been allocated by this board for human services without OCD's buy-in. Again, I don't know if that's what's happening here. It may not be, but when I see Brady's name at the top instead of Tony's name at the top, I ask that question. Again, no shade on Brady. I love Brady. Brady's my friend. But operationally, this is not how things should be going.
Well, Tony, please jump in on this one. If I heard you
do.
correctly earlier, you said that you support this recommendation. And if I understand the COC structure correctly, I think our OCD staff facilitates and leads the meetings.
So
Doesn't Kristen
we
do
are the
that?
COC lead.
Yes.
And our staff person who is the policy specialist for the COC is Kristen. I believe one of the reasons that admin did the resolution and pushed it out earlier was to try and expedite winter warming funding so it wouldn't come out as late as it did last year. And the timing of the COC meeting to get the approval of the winter warming task force, unfortunately, the COC meetings are the same day as the BOC meeting. And so winter warming had their recommendation. I brought up when the recommendation was put into resolution form that I was concerned about the lack of funding for Ozone House because youth were not covered. Individuals and families were covered, but youth were not covered. It was brought to my attention that that could be changed during the COC meeting itself by us having a generative conversation and proposing a change to the recommendation from the winter warming task force and hence the resolution. And I believe Brady included a line in the original resolution to accommodate a change in the COC meeting, which unfortunately, again, is the same day as this. At the COC meeting, I made the recommendation. So I'm the one that recommended the $60,000 that was going to go to OCED for diversion stipends go to Ozone House because we did not have youth services covered in the winter warming task force when they have this lovely overnight shelter on the second floor now that is going to be available for this winter warming season.
So to be clear, you support the recommendations because they
support
were
the
your
recommendation.
recommendations.
I made the
You
recommendation.
made the recommendations. So.
For the change from the diversion funds going to OCED to go to Ozone House.
And to be clear, the county is the COC lead.
We are the COC lead. Yes.
Okay. And Kristen, our staff person.
And I also think that there was discussion on the board floor around some of this, and that's likely the reason that Brady's name is on the document and not Tony's.
It's also who I'm less concerned about whose name is on the document because it hasn't, sometimes it's not our practice to even include the name on the document, right? Sometimes it's on there, sometimes it's not on there. But Commissioner Robbie, go ahead and continue.
I'm concerned about it because, again, I have been at this board table before where we have even had members, the former director of OCD was before us presenting a proposal that she did not come up with, that somebody in administration came up with that she had to then present. And when I started asking questions about whether that proposal was hers, she said at that podium, no, it was not. She had a different proposal that he had developed with OCD and staff, and it went to admin, was changed, and brought back to this board. That happened last year. And I do not want that to happen. We have hired Tony to be our OCD director, and she is fine with the Ozone House change. And I don't want to put her on the spot and ask her if she's fine with this whole proposal, but she didn't come up. You did not write this proposal. It was written by the COC board, which you may be the lead on, but there's other people that serve on it. My opinion, and what I hope we can do in the future is that I want Tony to drive this process. I want Tony to drive this process. I want this recommendation to come from Tony and her staff, who are professionals that we hire to be professionals in this space, to tell us how we should spend this money and to prepare for winter sheltering activities. So I would like to see that. I do have other questions about hoteling. I can wait since I saw a hand go up.
Well, there's been hands. So there is a queue already established. It's Commissioner Sanders, Somerville. Labar put his hand back up. And if anybody else wants to get in the queue. I don't know if you want to respond to any of Commissioner Robbie's last comments there.
I just wanted to say, noted, as we move forward, I have 100% confidence in Tony's leadership. We are moving things forward in a way that I think aligns with the expectations of the board, and we'll continue to do that. I want to make sure that I'm hearing everything correctly. Tony does support what you guys have here. So I guess I want to understand what the issue is here. Obviously, having it come from Brady is something that we will address moving forward, and we will make sure that it is known by everyone that Tony is the COC lead, her office, staffs that work and supports that work, and we'll make sure that that is clearly delineated as we move forward.
Fantastic. Commissioner Sanders.
I'm actually glad to see that we are shifting funding for the youth services. The only thing that I wanted to add or ask for is moving forward, I would like to be able to receive some sort of report from the nonprofit community partners that help us understand why people get turned away. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but are we reimbursing them after? So a family needs to be housed. Are we paying for that, or is that nonprofit paying, invoicing us, and then waiting to get their money? Because I've had concern about families that say they've reached out and they've been told that there's no more funding to take care of them. I don't know if that's why they come back to us at some point and ask for more money. If this is not a topic that we want to discuss tonight, Tony, we could have another discussion outside, but I'm asking that, and I'm asking it because I want greater accountability.
Different grants and board allocations, depending on the funding source, the payment mechanism and the reporting mechanism is different. And so there are multiple funding sources that are going out to our nonprofit partners, some through grants that are not Washtenaw County funding. And so it varies depending on the funding source as to whether it's paid out upfront or whether it's a reimbursable.
So whether it's monthly or quarterly, they're not gonna like what I'm asking for, but I wanna know who's being turned away and why. So moving forward, if people are in need and seeking shelter and they reach out to our partners and they're being denied support, I'd like to know. I don't have to know it's Family Smith, but I do want to know that we had five families this month that we turned away. And why were they turned away? Because they'd already received support and they had exhausted their resource capability, or other reasons. That will help, because if we're asked to give more money, or at least we know that, what the bandwidth is for the approval of these budgets, I would like to know personally. And I know I'm probably not the only commissioner that has that same question. When people are turned away, I want them to start documenting why are they being turned away, so that we have a real picture of what our housing and homelessness situation in the county actually looks like.
Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. On that note, I mean, I had a situation last week where, and this is why working from a housing first perspective, which means that we, housing first includes a model in which like the local unit of government or county government works in partnership with the continuum of care. And the whole point is to make sure that we're not duplicating services, that we're allocating resources appropriately, and that we're keeping track of all of the different levels in which people are getting stuck or they're ineligible after one time, like with barrier busters and eviction prevention dollars. Last week, I came in contact with a family who had already received some of that funding this year, the person who reached out to us, and couldn't receive funding again. And those are blind spots that the 9 of us need to be able to see while we're making funding decisions. And so just want to co-sign what Commissioner Sanders is saying. Some of the feedback that we're asking for would help us see the blind spots, because it's probably at this point in time unreasonable to make people ineligible when we're going to end up spending more money. If it's a family, we're going to have to hotel them. And then how much does that cost us? And then it costs more money getting them back in long-term housing. And so there's just like, do we want to spend less money and keep people stable here? Or do we want to spend 5 times that amount later down the road? The other thing that I want to say, I'm really grateful that there is a recommendation to support winter sheltering and programming for youth. There are many youth in Washtenaw County who would not be served well in some of the same settings that adults would be. And they're people that fall outside of the family homelessness eligibility. And there are also runaway youth that Ozone House serves. And so I'm grateful for your recommendation. I'm glad that the COC affirmed that by resolution. And I guess in terms of just some of the things that have been said, a couple of meetings ago, we did support that resolution. And I guess if people don't agree with that now, that's fine, but we all affirmed that we support this. And one of the things that I'll say, over the last 6 months, I've noticed a difference with administration staff and the way that we're working in partnership with a continuum of care. And I think that's really good. And I think that it's showing that like we are listening, we're taking feedback that we get in this boardroom, we're taking feedback that the experts and people with lived experience are giving us, and we're changing like internally how we're working together. And I think that the recommendations that we've gotten and some of the work that's being done has proven that. And so I'm really grateful that we have our administrative team holding those values to the work that you're doing, because we've also affirmed that here as a body. Personally, whether it's OCD or a different item from a different department, the county administrator, in my opinion, has a team that he works with, and sometimes members of that team have to author documents to get them prepared for our meeting. And I also know that Tony, our director of OCD, is in meetings like most of the day. And so you have staff that's preparing this stuff. So it's not like you're sitting at your computer or writing, notes and preparing these documents. Somebody else is preparing them. And so I care less about that and who authors a document. I think it's really great that you're part of those COC meetings, and working in partnership with the partners that we often see and hear advocating for these resources. I'm glad that we're doing it and that it's being proposed now and not 5 months from now when we realize that there was a gap that we didn't see. And so I appreciate your perspective and making sure that we're addressing this now. Also, I understand that it's hard sometimes to answer some of the questions, and there are 9 of us, and sometimes not a majority of us are asking to go in a certain direction. And so I guess I'm just voicing my opinion here right now that I want us to continue to uphold the resolution that we all unanimously supported, that we're going to work in partnership with the COC and take their recommendations under consideration to the highest extent. And unless that changes, I would encourage one of my colleagues to bring forward a resolution saying that we're no longer going to operate in that way. But I think I'm not hearing so far tonight that but we have a majority of commissioners willing to do that. So those are my comments. Thank you for your work. I appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead.
And if I can, the members of the Winter Warming Task Force, so the executive directors of the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County and SOS and Ozone House and Alpha House IHN, we talk on a regular basis and communicate on a regular basis and have collaboration between the executive directors and myself to work on proposals and to try and solve problems together, because no one organization can solve our homelessness crisis. I mean, it takes collaboration. It takes all of us coming together and working collectively to try and best serve our community. So did want to say that, we do work collaboratively with each other. And they were also given the opportunity to look at the resolution in its final draft that we were putting together, as was I. Brady shared that with all of us for the resolution that we were presenting this evening.
And that's really what thank you, Tony. We did not exclude members of the COC when we started talking about the winter warming work. We did not exclude Tony's team. And I don't feel like there's a disconnect between administration and Tony's office. Certainly, you all can talk to Tony on your own. We are working to try to make sure that our winter warming response is what you all expect moving forward. I heard a lot of comment in this boardroom over the last 2 years about how what we do in administration needed to change to make sure that our response was appropriate. I feel like we've done some of that. We're not perfect in all of this, But I don't want to end this conversation with you all thinking that there's some kind of disconnect here with Tony's office and administration. And I'll also say that I think we've been working closer and better with the COC moving forward. So if you feel different about that, if you feel like we missed the mark on something, certainly let's have a conversation about it. But I really feel like we're making progress in that area. You all have a winter warming plan. We are before you with all of the information necessary to make sure that you all are making good funding decisions around that work. And we want to continue and improve on that.
Great, thank you. Commissioner LeBar.
On that note, I also want to thank the OCD staff and administration because really since the last 6 months or so, there's been great coordination with your two bodies. And I appreciate the fact that Brady's on COC meetings with Tony and Greg is on to the extent he can. He has other meetings. The COC and its members are a huge bonus. They're a huge tool. They are something we are fortunate to have. I would beg us to lean into the expertise they have. I've heard at this board table what I think are some themes in terms of wanting more accountability, and not accountability in terms of punitive, but rather accountability in terms of figuring out what's happening, what is recourse if there's a disagreement, and what is the right and proper role for us, the only elected body at the county level, to have in that is part of public service and service to our constituents. I get that. I don't know the perfect answer to that, but I'm willing to help find it. And I've also heard that we should have an innate belief in the ability of county staff and the county as an organization unto itself to tackle big things. And folks, I'm 100% on board. I believe that for practical reasons and ideological reasons. The only thing I'd add to those statements, though, is none of us can change the math, either in terms of years of direct experience in some of these things, and in terms of costs that we as different organizations bear for different reasons. I don't know how to change those numbers. So I would beg us to lean in to the setup we've got. There are a lot of counties throughout this state and certainly throughout this country. It would kill to have folks in their backyards who could provide this level of service along with us. We are fortunate to have that, just as they are fortunate to have a county partner here. And just as I've heard at this table, it would be good to find ways to more publicly explain and literally to the public that the county tax dollars you pay and I pay and we pay are getting back to those in need of services through contracts, through the county directly, through other setups, all that. But I'd beg us, lean into it. We're fortunate to have these tools. We have better policy because of it. And I would venture to guess that our staff feel more secure in the recommendations they make to the 9 of us, because it isn't just coming from them. It's informed by folks who also have a stake in the game and have tremendous experience. I think that's a real benefit. If I can help at all to speak to some of the safeguards or other things that would make any of you feel comfortable with that setup, I'd jump on it. You got to tell me. But I beg us to lean into this tool that we have. It's vital, and we're lucky to have it, in my opinion. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Just to add some context before I'll get back to you next. No one else that hasn't spoken yet wants to speak. I'm not seeing that. Just for some more context on how is the COC board comprised? It includes, so each of the following agencies get to appoint someone to it. So the Ann Arbor Police, the City of Ann Arbor, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, Housing Access for Washtenaw County, our housing commissions within the county. We have a liaison from McKinney, Vento, OCD, Public Health, Substance Abuse Coordinating Agency, Veterans Administration, the BOC, the Sheriff's Office, Community Mental Health, the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, and the Ypsilanti Police. And then we have representatives from various cities in the township, or in the county too. So each of those different organizations gets to pick their person to it. So it's a joint endeavor here. Well, you already went, so I got to get back to him for round 2. Or wait, is that round 3 for you? No. Okay. Well, we got to get it all out, and this is why we do this. Okay. Commissioner Sanders.
I just wanted to say for the record that there are some vacancies on the board that have been vacant for a bit related to police representation. I would like to see those filled. I'm not sure why they've gone so long.
Well, that's not us that fills those.
I'm just putting it on the
Okay.
record that how can you not have their voices on the board?
Yeah.
And Chair, with that, and I don't want to gum up this anymore, so I'm just trying to think the last couple of calls have been close to 50 folks on that call.
Yeah.
So those are all the voices that are in this crucible that is the decisions that come out, come back to you all. So, yeah, for what that's worth, those are all the things that we have to work through.
Understood. It's a big call. All right, back to you, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. At the risk of beating a dead horse, I am still curious, and maybe you can follow up with me later, at a comment that was made by, I believe, by Tony, that the reason that this didn't come from Tony was to expedite the process, to ensure that it appeared before us in an expeditious manner. And I just would like a follow-up perhaps later to understand what that exactly meant. So what I am trying to raise here is that I want the process, I want OCD to be the funnel through which these proposals come to us. And this is not solely relating to this proposal, but just in general, when it comes to human service, social service funding, I believe that it should all be coming through OCD and presented to us. I would remind my colleagues that we are the ones elected to allocate this money, and that COC, while they may be a fantastic body of professionals, we are the ones that ultimately are elected here. And so I think it is totally within bounds to question the proposal that is before us and to say that anybody that has any questions is a heretic seems not that productive to a healthy discussion when we are the elected officials that are supposed to be making this decision in the end. And it is healthy to a democratic process to actually have questions about a document that is presented to us by an outside agency or an outside organization or an outside board, even if our OCD is helping to lead that entity. To that end, I would ask all the outside agencies that we are going to be contributing money to with this proposal, what has been built into our contracts to ensure that the county is recognized for the contribution that we're making?
So earlier this year, we did get an addendum that we had Corporation Counsel review for us related to acknowledgement of funding from the county. And we added them as addendums to recent contracts that have been going out where they acknowledge the county related to the program or service that the county funded. So that was added earlier this year because of conversations like this that we've had at the BOC.
And so how will the average member of the public see that?
So as an example, it could be on a website or an invitation to an event. I'll use IHN Alpha House as an example, since we were recently at an event that they had put on, and it had Washtenaw County and the Board of Commissioners recognized on the marketing materials for the event as a major donor. The Washtenaw County Commissioners and the administrator who were present at the event at the time were acknowledged and thanked for the funding from the county. I believe we're also on IHN Alpha House's website. So I just use that as an example because that was the most recent.
To the greatest degree possible, I would love to see the county recognized sort of closer to the point of service too. I think when we were talking about the direct cash assistance, when I was working with other former staff on this matter, one of the things that I had requested was, having the county logo be on the payment mechanism, things like that, where it's like, so that members of the public can directly see that the county is actually the one providing the service.
We've talked about adding a sticker to the debit cards that are going to be distributed to the recipients of that monthly direct cash assistance stipend. They were unable, Crystal might be able to provide more information, but they were unable to put it on the credit card itself. So we did talk about trying to find a sticker.
Anyways, we can have that discussion offline. That's not directly relevant to this, but it was just sort of an example of what I'd love to see in terms of how the county is recognized in a more direct way for the services too. Switching gears to hotel stays. I see, you know, as we discussed last time, there's, I believe, $110,000 to SOS for hoteling. I know that there are often needs that come up at late hours, on holidays, on weekends. And I know that the administrator has received some of those calls. I'm wondering for SOS Community Services, since we're allocating this much money to them, will they be taking calls on holidays and weekends? And how will it work? On an after hours call, what will happen? Walk me through that. If we allocate this money, how will that after hours call be handled?
So what's currently happening is after hour calls, weekend calls, late night calls during the week are fielded by the staff and administration. We have leaned into the notion that we are the county safety net. And if someone's in crises, no matter the time or day, we're going to be the conduit for those services. I can't speak directly today about what those systems are with those agencies that we fund, but I'll commit to.
What's in the contract?
We don't stipulate in the contracts the hours that the staff at nonprofit organizations have to work. That's not something that we can mandate as a funder in regards to them working, you know, 24/7 call center acceptance of calls and placement of individuals.
I feel like that probably is something we can mandate. Maybe we're not willing to, but I feel like it probably is something we could ask for. In terms of, I guess my concern is just that it was said at the last meeting in regards to this by one of my colleagues that what we're doing here is streamlining the system by putting it all under SOS, that this is basically a streamlining of the process. And so if this is our single point of entry is now going to be SOS for hoteling, is that my understanding?
No.
What's the single point of entry for hoteling? How is this going to work for somebody that needs hotel help?
There are various agencies, nonprofit partners in the county who do hoteling. And there are various entry points for individuals with their case managers at various nonprofit agencies. Also, if it's during the operating hours of Hawk, calls are also taken there. There's also 211 through United Way and calls that are taken through administration as well. The
And then they're
combination.
directed to SOS?
SOS is not the only hotel provider.
Well, they're the only ones that we're providing funding to, right? For hoteling? Unless I missed something.
Yes, yes.
But there are other hoteling dollars that are available to other nonprofit partners in the system through other funding that they've received. So SOS is in the winter warming task force recommendation because they had a need for the extra hoteling dollars. There are some other nonprofit agencies in the winter warming task force who had current funding for that to get them through the season.
And of the 110,000, it looks like half of it's going to staff and the other half is actually going to be going to hoteling. So what accountability mechanisms will exist in the contract that we have with SOS to ensure that there aren't any issues with the provision of that service?
Our contracts are not explicit line by line that come out from the county for each organization. They're template based because of how many contracts are literally issued by the county on a continuing basis. There is, when they are applying in an RFP situation for a grant as an example, measurable outcome goals that they state that the funding will produce. And then when they do their grant reporting, they report back out on the successes of achieving those goals. With some of the direct allocations, because there is not an RFP process, some of those measurable outcomes are not as clearly stated.
And clearly what I'm hearing this evening is that the language needs to be modified so that the appropriate checks and balances are in place.
I certainly think it should. We are providing a service that the county should be providing. And we have a private entity that we're contracting with to provide a county service. So we should ensure that whatever contracts we have those accountability measures built in them.
Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. There were a few comments made that I just want to clear up. We control the main entry point call center, Hawk. And so if we want to staff that full time and help hotel people 24/7, I actually welcome it. I've already talked to Administrator Dill about hiring somebody who both has lived experience, who does this stuff with mutual aid dollars already. And so those are conversations that are being had, but that's our responsibility. And so we could do that, but we need to cut things in the budget. And I remember when I made an amendment to the budget last year for the next 4 years to say that we should spend more dollars on this, it didn't go anywhere. I didn't have any other support. And so let's put our money where our mouth is. I support that, but we are responsible for the call center, not SOS. And additionally, we've heard for the last 2 years, we need case management with hoteling. It does not work without case management. And so we can sit here and hear comments and forget that we haven't heard complaints from the community that we're not providing case management and wraparound services. Those things were all brought up at our last meeting when the comments were made then. Case management was missing. It takes people to help people, social work. And so fruitful discussion is good to the democratic process, but sometimes what happens in this room is not fruitful discussion and not healthy. Sometimes it seems very much, toxic. So I would like to just also remind my colleagues, when you have an idea, instead of saying, I want, make a motion. Because I think a lot of the times when I hear I want, you wouldn't have 4 or 5 commissioners supporting that. So I would actually like to call the question.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, remind me, Michelle, that means that you need a 2/3 vote on that. It's not debatable. You need a 2/3 vote. That means you need 6 yeses on this. Ashlyn, let's do it.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Okay, well, just gonna roll call again.
Okay. Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Moving on. That was the final resolution. So now we get to move on to our next phase here. Riveting discussion, friends. Thank you for your engagement. COC is a hot topic these last couple of meetings here. Now we move into report from the county administrator.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We have a couple of short reports for you all this evening, beginning with a housing report proposal. And I'm going to ask Andrew and Tony to join me to give you just a real short report on that item.
Thank you, Greg. Commissioners, good evening again. Before you, under this report for county administrator, is another item that the board directed through the housing and homelessness immediate impact allocation last year. The paper that Terrence is passing out at this moment is a proposal that has involved both OCD and administration in this. Certainly, I think it was great to hear the last discussion about the need for collaboration on this. And hopefully you'll hear that in what is before you now. But just to take you back to last November, one of the items there was really a talk about a more strategic long-term way for the county to get directly involved in providing housing. And so the proposal before you tonight is a way not to build recommendations, but rather to gather and provide a report to the Board of Commissioners that hopefully will advance that discussion in terms of options available to you. There's not a blank slate right now. We have certainly done some preliminary work here, but want to really be serious about what the county can do, what is the current ecosystem, what is the need, and what is the feasibility of all of these different options that are available to the county. So with that, I guess, Tony, do you have any opening comments in terms of this?
We had a conversation with Tara and Nathan and Andrew and myself surrounding the original timeline that had been proposed with the resolution from last year, November 2023. This recently came to something for OCED to be involved with, and administration listened to our request in saying that we needed more time to be able to work collaboratively and to engage a consultant to be able to have the information presented to the board that was an in-depth and quality study as to what the possibilities could be for the county in regards to establishing a housing commission or a housing authority, and also finding out what other possibilities there might be in creating more affordable housing in Washtenaw County. The recommendation for a consultant came from OCED because we did not feel that any of our staff team had the expertise that was needed to be able to do all the legality information and the information surrounding what the potential costs and timelines of setting up either a housing commission or housing authority or other entity might be. And so that was something that our staff team contributed to the conversation, and asking for the extension in time to be able to present that, as well as in the future when we have RFPs and the potential costs as to what it might be to come back later to the board to request a budget for the consultant.
Yeah, and so just to Greg's comment about being brief, we'll want to just walk through this very quickly. But again, want to gather information, but not stop short of making a recommendation to the board. The proposal ahead of you would have a consultant hired by the county via an open RFP process. We think that could be completed and a contract in place by next February, approximately. At that point, we would look to come back to the board asking your to fund the consultant's work and to execute the contract. And then we would expect at this point, given the planning work that has happened, to be able to present the actual report to you by September of next year. And you do have the questions there ahead of you, and then some of the various responsibilities, but this would be a joint project, really. There are certainly things that OCD cares about as a subject matter expert, but if the county should decide to go forward here, there's some pretty big implications in terms of the structure, budgets, broader things that are the purview of administration. So I want to do this in a way that, again, has the right people at the table with this project. But do want to summarize in terms of saying it would be a staff project. Staff would work with the consultant and then would bring the report back to you all, again, ideally in September. So that would be our report and our proposal this evening. It's not an action item at this time, but would be happy to take any questions or anything you might have.
Do we have any questions, friends? Yes, Commissioner Robbie.
I'd like to thank Tony and Andrew for their work on this. I know that you were dealt a strange hand of cards, and you, I think, are producing something that is actionable that we can move forward with. So I want to thank both of you for your work on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think certainly that's our hope, right? Is that this could be a serious document that helps the board make a real important decision about the future of the county's work. So thank you.
Thank you. We're looking forward to seeing more. What else we got?
And just a couple of other quick items. I wanted to provide you with an update on the strategic framework for equity. As you all recall, I sent out, I believe that was last Wednesday, an update on the equity hiring framework, and embedded in that is a couple of other items that I want to lift up tonight. It's important for me to note this evening that there are a number of documents that we haven't shared broadly with the board that I want to get out to you guys in a more strategic manner moving forward. The equity office budget, there was a 22 annual report that I'm not sure that we ever distributed broadly, really looking at the equity policy with a different kind of lens. And then there's a report on findings for DEI in the organization. It's a department self-assessment that I want to make sure that you guys have that information as we think about how we unpack and recreate the equity office. There's also the fines and fees for justice work that we put a lot of time, energy, and resources into. So in terms of the work that we're doing in administration, we're doing our best to go deep around where we currently reside with the equity office, looking at systems, operations, and deliverables, both internally and external, looking for ways to align that work. Some of the themes that have emerged with a lot of this have to do with diversifying strategies. In terms of what we're doing in our organization around resources and action items related to equity. How do we make sure that they are aligned with the policy that you guys have pushed out? Are we collecting the appropriate measures? Are we focused on the right outcomes? And are we doing the appropriate things to break down the silos in our organization? We want to make sure that the engagement in the community is reasonable and appropriate. Departments are leveraging resources. They're talking about expectations both internally and externally that we want to make sure have strategy and a framework behind it. And of course, we've talked about HR challenges. How are we making sure that our organization mirrors community? How are we making sure that we're hiring at the appropriate levels and that we're creating the appropriate amount of diversity in the organization? So all of those are things that we are focused on. We have talked about some goals around perhaps recommending to you all that we reimagine equity. We have focused to this point on racial equity, and should we be broadening our scope there and talk about inclusion and other things that have been historically or recently associated with the equity work. So that rebranding will come back to you guys in the form of a recommendation. We've talked about updating the vision and mission for that operation and doing it in a way that is consistent with the resolution that you all created. And of course, the programmatic design internally, making sure that we're adding value internally to our department heads, who then push out programs and resources that make sense, making sure that our policies are aligned as well. Some of that implies that there's going to be the appropriate audit around what is currently happening with equity, doing some level of assessment, and creating the appropriate feedback. The developmental areas, as you can see up there, I want to make sure that we have consistent and appropriate measures that this body can be comfortable with, and that we're tracking the performance, not just internally, but externally. This conversation this evening was about the investments that we make in the community, making sure those investments happen in a way that you all are comfortable with. Some of that may lead to that last little bullet is an updated resolution. All of it has, of course, will come back to you all in the form of a recommendation. So really quick outcomes, strategic planning around DEI. Obviously, that is something that we want to be better at moving forward, back to measuring goals and integrating the work in all departments. I've heard that repeatedly at this board table. Standardizing our training across departments, ensuring that those that we invest in the public are pushing forth, the requirements that this body has lifted up in the resolution. In increasing our diversity in leadership, think about how we lead this organization, making sure, once again, that we mirror the community that we serve, et cetera, and making sure that we're hiring and attempting to attract quality leadership from a number of different sectors, not only regionally, but certainly nationally. And of course, as always, strengthening our reporting. In terms of a proposed timeline, as you saw in the communication that I sent out last week, we have an expedited timeline to recruit and hire the next leader in the equity office. So we want to get that process underway immediately. There's a shortened posting period, and we've talked about a both and with that posting. We're going to post it for 2 weeks, look at that applicant pool, but also keep that posting out in the public as we move through the process that we've set up. That process will include a number of internal and external stakeholders. Those stakeholders, we hope, will lead us to a decision and the very best leader that we can attract. Over the next couple of months, the mission and values will be developed, bringing it back to this board, this body for approval and adoption within the next 5 or 6 months. Important to note that the holiday season will be upon us as we move through all of this work. So we want to make sure that we have the space and grace from this board to push out timelines, but come back to you all to negotiate timelines. And I will say to you all, fundamentally, that is something that I think we need to be better at, and that's renegotiating timelines with this body. When you all direct us to do X within a certain time period, if we can't meet that timeline, we need to be back before you, and we need to be thinking about how we renegotiate that. So within the next 6 to 12 months, making sure that we have monitoring and evaluation that you all can lean into and that you all can be so supportive of. Just really quickly on the recruitment, this is here are the sites that we're sharing that job description from the county's web page all the way to GARE, which is a national organization, of course, local publications, government jobs, et cetera. So really trying to cast a large net around attracting the very best candidate. You can see the selection committee there. We've asked 3 members of this body to participate. Thank you all for accepting. Someone from administration, the executive director of HR will lead that framework. We want to make sure that we have department heads and labor partners present as we make this important decision in our organization. And then, of course, lastly, certainly not least, a community representative will round out that committee. So that's it for that. Any questions? Any questions related to any of this? Again, this was meant to be a quick update on this item. I would ask you all to think about where we're at with all of this and certainly get back to me with any specific questions that you have related to where we're at. Again, we have an expedited process. That job was posted on Monday or on Monday until October the 2nd. So please, don't be shy. I know that you won't, just in terms of pushing, getting back to us, comments, questions, concerns about the current process. Now, just 2 other things, and I'll be quick. Well, Chair, any questions about any of this?
No, just keep going.
Really quick on these next items. I asked them to add this earlier today. I just wanted to communicate to this board that the MSSI work is out in community. We are, as was said in this space so many times, we need to meet our residents where they're at. We're attempting to accomplish that with the MSSI work. I know that you all have seen it at various events. They're listed here. The voter registration event was huge, a huge success, as was the wellness fair and the East Side Rec Center groundbreaking. So I just lift this up as hopefully a feel-good item for this board. And then lastly, but certainly not least, we've talked a little bit about barrier busters. These are slides that I asked to be added at the end. So if you require us to go deep around some of this, I just wanted to introduce the information this evening. The BOC made an allocation in August, that allocation of $58,000. This is how it was spent. The big thing that I want to lift up for you all or illuminate is the eviction prevention piece. That is something that you all talked about, quite a bit over the last few seasons, and we have tried to use that money to lean into that space. The other key data point, I think, is the fact that 42% of those dollars supported households that had children. So again, huge. Then you see the other graphs just talk about some of the age and race demographics. And lastly, that last bar graph talks about housing. Almost 90% of those resources went to support housing. I think that's huge and consistent with what we heard in this boardroom. This slide talks about the BOC allocations in August, the additional allocation of $54,000 and resources that came from a number of other sources. I take you down to that last line. In October of 2023, it took 12 weeks to move through that appointment scheduling process. Today, in August of 2024, it takes 2 weeks. So when you talk about metrics or success measures, to me, that's the most important success measure of all. And we'll continue to work on that. We'll continue to try to make sure that we're not only assessing, that we're making sure that when we house someone, they have the appropriate wraparound services. And that is something as simple as transportation. It's one thing to say that we're going to hotel somebody. How do they get to the hotel? And if they have children or pets, how do we provide those kinds of wraparound services? So it's more than a notion to say that we're going to hotel somebody. So I just lift all of this up for the board to say, hey, I think we're making progress. It is very, very slow. And I get that we may not be moving at the pace that this board would like to see, but we are making some progress. This last slide talks about the allocation that you all made and the work that we've done from January to August. We've had 415 requests. The assistance provided is over $700,000. And again, there's some demographics there. And then back to serving households that have children. I've heard that repeatedly. So 48% of those resources went to households with children. So I think that's the last slide. Just wanted to say thank you. Obviously, based on what we heard earlier, there's some work that we need to do to make sure that you all feel like you have everything that you need. When you make a decision in this space, we need to make sure that it gets operationalized in the right way. And so we'll continue to try to improve in that area. So I don't know if you have any questions about anything tonight. This was just an opportunity to give you some pieces of information about the work that you guys have authorized.
Great presentation. Loved it. Loved it. Commissioner Somerville, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the update. I thought one of the first slides with the data was really interesting. Around a little over 50K supported 21 families from eviction. That's it's a good investment, but it was only 21 families, and I know that there's a huge gap between people that like the amount of need, and so I'm just highlighting that as that's really great. But like the need's higher, and so just something to highlight. But I also appreciate the slide that points out how we've decreased the wait time between the turnaround on the call center, and I'll just remind my colleagues that's because we adequately staffed it. And so when housing providers are also saying we need support to staff the dollars that you're giving us to get out to people, it's because it takes people to help people. And I think the call center improvement is an example of that. We were understaffing it for a long time until we made the changes that we did last year in the budget. And so just wanted to throw that out there, that these are real life examples of the same thing that some of the housing providers are dealing with, that we're also dealing with. in different ways. So thank you for the update.
Yeah. One final note, this is hot off the presses.
Oh.
And I am likely going to get some grief for lifting this up, but I'm going to do it anyway. I was just informed that Avalon awarded their Community Champions Award tonight to none other than our own Annie Somerville.
All right.
Congratulations.
We got to, you've been standing Owen for everything else. We got to stand up for that. All right. You want to say a few words, Commissioner Somerville?
Well, that concludes my report, so the mic
I'm
is
really
yours.
sad that I couldn't be there. They invited me hard and I was like, I have a board meeting. So that's really awesome. I'm a big fan of Avalon Housing.
Fantastic. Well, that's a great way to conclude your report. To Annie. Yes. All right. All right, my turn now. I have a half an hour report, so lock in, everybody. Just kidding. No, it won't be a half an hour. So I've mentioned this a couple of times. I chair the State Commission on Community Action, Economic Opportunity. We had a meeting recently on that, and I think the board would be interested to know that the focus of that state commission is going to be on housing and what are some innovative strategies that we could encourage the state to invest in around housing strategies. So hopefully that will ultimately result in more money for us to be able to program to address something that we talk about every single board meeting. So it's an issue all across the state. What we hope to do is over the next year and a half or so, develop a set of recommendations to give to the governor's office. Also at that meeting, we got a lot of incredible praise for Director Kayumi. So the Community Action Agency, the one that advocates on behalf of all the community action agencies, wanted to give a really good shout out, or gave you just a shout out during the meeting about how, they're very happy to have you as a new director of a community action agency. They said she's doing a wonderful job and happy to have her on the team. So she's really leaned into that work and it's been great. What else about that? Yeah, that's a good one. And then, there's one other thing. Oh, the other thing about that is there are only 5 community action agencies left in the state that are county government based. So originally they were all county government based, and over time, many of them become privatized or become run by a nonprofit. And because of how the federal legislation works, once you do that, you can't go back. So I'm very proud that Washtenaw County is one of the 5 remaining ones, and I would like for us to be able to continue to be one of the 5, or hopefully the other ones stay one of the 5. But I would like for us to be able to continue doing the work so we stay county government based. And thank you, Tony, for the fantastic work and helping make that continue to stay possible. Another item here was I had the good fortune of being able to get ready to put some pictures up. All right. Good fortune to be able to join President Biden when he came to Ann Arbor to sign the Good Jobs executive order. But this is not just gonna be this picture, there's gonna be another picture too. So the executive order does a lot of different things. The really focus on promoting strong labor standards. You can read the different categories of things. So what we're looking for is family sustaining wages, workplace safety, free and fair opportunity to join a union, and encourage agencies to implement these standards through a variety of programs. Now, I also learned today that Mike was there. So want to put up Mike's picture here. So I was told Mike was there, and I said, well, which Mike was there? Because Mike, I didn't see. They kept me in that locked room for most of the thing. I didn't know. Can we put Mike's picture up? Come on. We're waiting for Mike. You want to say anything about it? Look at that. Right. Yeah. It's a good picture there. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, very nice. We got to get that framed. All right. That'll conclude my report for now. Do we have items for current and future discussion? Any of them, friends? Commissioner Scott?
Real quick, I'm hoping in the next little bit, we can hear a little bit about election security. I have fears. I'd like to hear what's being done.
You have fears? You want to?
I would like an update on election security.
From the clerk?
Yeah. I'm not she was here earlier, but maybe just as maybe in October.
In October, we will.
Or something.
We
I'm
will
not
make it.
asking about, to be clear, I do not want this tonight, but I'd like it upcoming.
Okay.
Is it okay to present that?
You
Yeah,
moved.
at the first meet?
Okay.
Commissioner, is it okay to present that at the first meeting in October or? Okay, all right.
Second might be too late.
The first meeting is fine.
All right.
To your point that it might be too late. I don't know too late for what? What are we gonna do? Anyway, so at the first or second, it's fine with me.
All right, Ashlyn will present that next meeting. You're on the spot now. Any other items for current, that's a good one, thank you. Any other items for current or future discussion? None. We have no pending items, so I look for a motion to adjourn. The second, all in favor? All right, let's get out of here. Thank you, everybody.